I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic, with this logic you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic.
I'm built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grieving. Put your foot on the gas, no, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep them out your face, no way, you don't want it, yeah. Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim. I'm built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the gas, you can see all the healing. If the pain
Just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, went upstairs and fucked her.
He was with her.
What the fuck are they doing?
Stop bouncing me. Yay!
Hit the ball. Yeah, drop the bat, run. Drop the bat. Drop the bat. Yeah. Bat flipped on a single. Good job, buddy. Way to go.
I'm in Miami right now. I'm in Miami right now. I'm in Nashville, I'm on Ocean Drive. I'm in Miami. I'm in that feel for right now. I'm also dry right now. That's on my mama. I'm in Miami. I go to the window, so I'm going to Cali. I said I'm too official. I'm out with them niggas. I'm some other rapper on the city. That nigga, he wicked. We pull out with them guns. You know me in the real. Well, mama pays, I ain't having ever since that I was real. Now I came up like an AK and I will never squeal. Would never ever run my mouth, cause I swear I'm too real. Yeah, I'm in the East Coast, I'm living life for real. Why the fuck you can hate it? I advise you to chill. You gon' really piss me off, and I'ma pull up on the steel. I'ma pull up on the drink, go and get your ass killed. Man, stop camming, cause I'm fucking wicked. I pull up to your city, tell me your location, bitches. You know we fuck that shit. My youngest know you killin', I wanna grind, got money in my mind, put money on my wrist so I can tell the time. You know I'm rapping and jumping, I'm trying to eat. All around the world I'm doing shows, I really come to eat. They trying to play on me, I swear I'm doing shit. One of my time I was poor and I ain't have shit. Every day I'm just riding by the same outfit. I done came up, I'm switching cars, now I'm switching shit. These niggas mad at me, ain't wanna clown me. I'm in Miami right now, I'm off of South Beach. I'm living large, I'm living life. They know me, wanna take my life. Yeah, it's on my mama. I'm in Miami, I'm out there doing the video shooting, going to Cali. I'm on my mama, I'm on my mama, and I'm in Miami right now. I'm in the 305, yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. Pull up with a red car, my life is on now. They wanna play with me, they wanna clone me. I'm bad bitch, Latino, she wanna sleep with me. I'm in the 305 right now. I'm in Miami right now. On Ocean Drive right now. I'm in Miami right now. I'm in Miami. I'm in the 305. 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 I'm in Miami right now. Yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. I'm in Miami right now. Yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. Yeah, and the front car. That's don't look at me. I'm the youngest in the game. You can't beat me. Cause I'm that nigga from the bottom. No, I will never change. Diamonds on my ring. I got diamonds on my chain. I'm in this song. No, that's right. Ain't no game. Yeah. In Miami right now. And the 305. Yeah.
From the streets, bitch.
Bro, this ain't it, dog.
What? That was pain I was spitting. The depressed music is in.
Listen, you really want to pop? Diss somebody.
Oh, yeah. People love beef. But who could I beef with? Oh, yeah, I got somebody in mind. DJ Pooh, start that beat up, homie. Bitch, what you thought I forgot? I'm grown now. You think just because I came out your womb, your slew-footed ass can tell me what to do? Hell no, you got something else coming. In 03, you embarrassed me when you caught me and my friend smoking. Your big ass walked up, built like a fridge with the doors open. When I was a kid, she made me wear a helmet when I rode my bike. Woman had me in that ghetto school when she know my ass couldn't fight. You keep cutting the beat off, man. What's up?
Bro, you making a diss track about your moms?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
The woman that raised you?
Hold on now, she wasn't always there. She used to work 2 jobs and come home late and cook dinner for me. Talking about I gotta clean the kitchen. Talking about she too tired to clean the kitchen because she been working all day trying to support this family. Ain't nobody told your goofy ass to get 2 jobs, mama? What? Hey, I'm not a street nigga.
late night crew. Fuck going on, man? I'm back today. We'll see how long it lasts. We shall see how long this shall last. Say what's up to your boy. Whew. Javon Barksdale, Scott Johnson, Mob Karras, Bob, Janice, Cynthia, Jennifer, Diamond, Drive Safe, Raging. Oh shit, get the belt. I think it's time to get the belt, Raging. Tommy!
Stop the cap.
Great to see everybody. So you motherfuckers hanging in the background, in the bushes and shit. Hey, nigga, don't you got some homework due? I suggest you get your homework done, little nigga. You got some homework due. Don't worry about the fuck I be doing. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, little nigga. We got a lot of shit to talk about. We got a lot of shit we won't talk about. I cannot say that I'm officially back, but I am here today. I am here today. So we'll just take that. We'll take that for what it is. Motherfucker been gone 3 weeks, man. It's the longest I've ever been gone. I've missed like a month out of the last 5 or 6 weeks, basically. Never missed this much time in my life. But I trust God's plan. And I trust God's plan indeed. I ain't gonna wear my Christmas hat today. I'm gonna wear my regular hat. Super producer was happening. Shirley, what up, though? Shout out to everybody on all the well wishes and everything, man. Your boy been chilling. I've been getting rested up. Tried to enjoy this holiday season. I did hear something funny. Bird! I heard something funny. Because, you know, I see that a lot of niggas can't survive without me. And I just been watching how dry a lot of y'all niggas have been and how boring some of you niggas have been. But I heard some funny shit. Oh, let me cut my music off. So I want y'all to hear me when I say this for real. Hey, I heard this word on the street. I heard that you can go to hell. You know, like hell, like you done fucked up. He done sent you to hell. And then you gonna go to heaven in 6 months. If this is what you be telling yourself for all the shit you be down here doing, let me tell you something. You going to hell and you gonna stay there. You think you getting paroled from hell? A motherfucker said they was getting paroled from hell after 6 months, bro. You did a lifetime of shit that got you sent to hell for 6 months? Like that doesn't seem like that bad. You must have had a great lawyer. You done negotiated your life sentence down to 6 months. Let me let y'all in on a secret. This is not a thing. Don't. Okay. Charles was having it. This is not a thing. So, Ramona, what up, though? Number 5. Javon Barksdale, I think I said what's up. I hope I did. Jay, we gonna talk about Javon Barksdale. This motherfucker, I might not even come back to work ever again. I get a box at the house. Sometimes, like, cause I get alerts to like from all the major shipping places, like if a box is coming to my house. But like I'll know like the origin, like state, like the hub or whatever. And just because I know somebody in that state, I don't want to hit them and be like, hey, did you you got a box coming to my house? Like that just seems tacky. And because it could not be them. You know what I mean? Boxes come from everywhere. You know, you order some shit from Walmart, the motherfucker come from anywhere. Say with Amazon, yada, yada, yada. I get a box here. I open this box up, nigga. And I damn near started crying. And here's the irony of it. This is a true story. You can ask Chris if you think I'm lying. I was opening the box right up under the LNC light. And it was a motherfucking Sega Dreamcast, nigga. So I low-key should just quit working forever. Shout out to Javon Barksdale. Hey, I can't wait to get this shit all the way pop. I just need a motherfucker. What's a VHU? Go get me one this weekend. Unbelievable. Dave, what's happening? Foxy, what up? Unbelievable situation. Like I said, there's a lot of shit we will not be talking about under any circumstance. That's just what it is. Just damn, what is it on my shirt? It just turned into something. What the fuck was that? Oh, I'm pissed. Oh. I done missed like a month of work. I ain't do shit to nobody. I ain't fucking with nobody. Everybody's continuing to fuck with me. I want to state that for the record. Solely for the record. Being a whistleblower is a protected status. I did want to remind people of that. Also, make sure you check Pacer tomorrow morning. Should be fun times. Fun times. The shit about to be so fun. And to those that are hoping that I'm going to say anything of any importance for you, keep listening. And let's see how much I give you. Keep watching. Watch to the very end. Lunchbox rules in full effect. Watch to the very end. I just might give you something. Do you know what it's like to have a motherfucker make $1,000 an hour to watch you? You know how important you gotta be, nigga, for a nigga to make $1,000 to watch you an hour? You an important motherfucker, bro. Oh, man. Well, I guess it wouldn't be right if I didn't listen to a song. And you know me, I like to what's the word I would like to use? Express. I think express is proper. Conscious, man, you have been killing the motherfucking game since I've been gone. You have been cracking me up to no end. I can't wait for the movie. Working title 5 Nights at Jeffries. Or Rock Paper Grifters. I got some more movie names I'm going to release soon. But you know me, I like to express myself through my music, through my songs. Makes me feel good. Nigga, when I was listening to that shit, when I was listening to the Conscious and I was listening to the shit that this nigga was saying, I was like, wait, nigga, you saying the same shit from like a month ago? I ain't realize how much you be saying same shit like on certain shit until I was like, cause I have been sitting over here, I ain't been listening to shit nigga gotta say like at all. Cause like, it don't really matter at this point. Like, niggas is cooked. You know what I mean? Niggas is big time cooked. And people got their hands caught in cookie jars, all the good stuff, right? So this last couple of weeks, I really have just taken it on the chin and relaxed. You know what I mean? Been in real relaxation mode. Been watching a lot of basketball, whatnot. I do have a wrestling rant I'm gonna have to get to. Javon, bruh, it's over, man. I'm sorry, man. I love you, bro. I love you. I love you like my little brother. When I say little brother, I don't mean that in no disrespect. I'm only really referring to our age. And we gotta fire H, my nigga. This shit, we gotta fire him. He gotta go. But we'll get to all of that. But I would like to listen to a song that's just like feels appropriate to my mind and my body at this time. It feels good to be back, y'all. Hit the like button. Get the fuck out. Let's have some fun. Because we got to talk about the DC Squatter as well.
I told niggas not to shoot dice with me. Look at this stack. I got money.
Oh, nigga, don't trip. I kill you if you fuck on my grip. I won't hesitate to let off a clip. Oh, nigga, don't trip. You gon' make me get on some shit. Run up on you quick, what up your whip? Oh, nigga, don't trip. You gon' get your monkey ass in, running your lip, trying to fuck on my clip. Oh, nigga, don't trip. In case you didn't know who this is, it's 50 Cent, bitch, do you need? Oh, I come through your hood, stunting in my yellow lamb. Marcy Lago, top down, nigga, damn. I'm the biggest crook from New York since Son of Sam. Cruising, bumping Bucks and Ruger in my hand. Thinking the East ain't enough, it's time to expand. I plan to head out west and plant my feet down. A nigga big as King Kong in the street now. I do a little house shopping and buy me a crib. It's palm trees and pretty bitches out in Cali, kid. I touched the Hollywood paper, go and shoot me some flicks. Had some supermodel bitches come and suck with some dick. Mama would turn in the grave if I married a white chick. But Becky is suck the chrome off of Chevy and shit. Niggas be wearing fake shines, I'm rocking a little charm. 30 carats on the pinky, kiss the ring on the dawn. Crack open that Cali bud, stuff the weed in the palm. You hustle, but me, I hustle harder. I got what you need. Them trees that hard, that powder. My niggas with G-Packs. Every hour on the hour. And shoot when I say shoot. So I'm in a position of power. You fuck around if you wanna. Where I'm from, you
learn to blend in or get touched. I don't need niggas for support, I don't walk with a crutch. Niggas know my steeds, they don't fuck with me, son. You got an appetite for hollow tips, I feed you my gun. This is that Ferrari F50 shit, it's real laid back. Type shit you recline to in the Maybachs. I got 2 shooters now on the run from the fuzz. You get the same shit for 10 bodies you get for 1 cuz. I live life in the fast lane. 100 miles an hour, chrome and some wood grain. You know when niggas still really tryna move cane. Make a little extra money on the side, man. I ain't playing, I'm up early with the birds word. Putting the work in, Pirelli's on the porch chirping. I'm making moves, I got 100 mil from music, 100 grand from crack. I'm gonna see my jeweler so I can blow a check. You hustle, for me I hustle harder. I got what you need. Them trees that hard, that powder. My niggas move G-Packs every hour on the hour. And shoot when I say shoot. So I'm in a position of power. You fuck around if you wanna.
Walking in bitch with a bag of some burner cake. Who finna buy it? You not with the shit, shut your mouth and be quiet. Nigga try kill my dome, I'ma shoot through that shit. Whipping the vert on some Uzi shit. Effing it came with an extra, could put all that extra shit. Niggas in pussy, I smell that estrogen burning this shit. Walking in bitch with a bag of some burner cake. Who finna buy it? You not with the shit, shut your mouth and be quiet. Nigga try kill my dome, I'ma shoot through that shit. Whipping the vert on some Uzi shit. Effing it came with an extra, could put all that extra shit. Niggas in pussy, I smell that estrogen burning these skittles. I'm tasting the rainbow. This shit just harvested, it's about a day old. 93 octane inside of a jar. Diamond back AR, dismantling your car. FF57, disfigure your face. Smoking great bay, cause I'm loving the taste. P yellow foreign and let my bitch whipping. Powered up CPN, made me a 50. Go down to Memphis and smoke with a grizzly. Dripping my mains, I ain't rocking no dick. Till I back out of veil like a sink with the stop and she soaking it wet. 50 feel 5 when I step on the jet. Hold a little nigga in the air by a neck. Got a chat like a question for rag on the test. 50 is Odyssey, UFPS. Man, on little nigga get punched in the chest. Switch on my apartment, I burned the address. Twerk hit the door and that shit was intense. Gorilla through see through the house in the fence. Go to the growth that I shoved in the tent. Freestyle the shit, I don't need me a pen. Shout out my nigga, 3 shot in the pen. King of the jungle, I hang in the den. She kinda saucy cause I for the friend. Walking in bitch with a bag of biscotti. Like who tryna purchase? Get shot in the face if you making me nervous. Then go to trial and I'm beating the murder. If that bitch ain't bad, then I'm probably gon' curve her. Burning on pressure that you never heard of. The Christian look clean, but my money is dirty. Don't call my phone unless you buying like 30. Call with the dress, I be closing the curtains. Lil' mama say that she feeling my turban. When I hit the road, I be riding in bourbons. Walking in bitch with a bag of some burner cake. Who finna buy it? You not with the shit, shut your mouth and be quiet. Nigga try kill my dome, I'ma shoot through that shit. Whipping the vert on some Uzi shit. Effing it came with an extra, could quit all that extra shit. Niggas in pussy, I smell the estrogen. Burning these skittles, I'm tasting the rainbow.
Play this record as frequently as possible. Then, as it becomes easier for you, play the record once a day or as needed. Play this record as frequently as possible. Then, as it becomes easier for you, play the record once a day or as needed.
Mercedes, the mellow, quite a nice fellow. Met 3T, hit a rhyme a cappella. They had the rhythm and I had the rhyme. So then I hit it that one more time. It worked out and then they worked it in. Tony has done it.
It feels good to know that you're there for me. It feels good. Oh, excuse me. Man, we gotta talk about this bitch, bro. This is unfortunate. Are you aware of the DC squatter? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. LC2, great. Keep it cordial this afternoon. I thought we was keeping it fucking cordial. And you know what? Let me remind y'all. First of all, close the doors. What we've been going? What we missed? 21 days, $20 a day. So what's that? $420. So today we doing a goal of 200. Today's daily goal it won't be daily. Today's one-time goal will be 200. The plug the bleeding that is known as LNC. Before we open the doors back up, I do want to remind you, I am not a grifter. I am not a fraud. I'm not a grifter. I'm not a fraud. And I know sometimes y'all disagree with my style of advocacy. But we're going to get a brick and mortar building in Harvey. All right. Now that we got that out of the way, the DC squatter. Critical smoker in the cut one time. The DC squatter is a lady who rented an Airbnb for 30 days and then decided she wasn't living there anymore. 11 WAP for critical smoker squad. We in the building. Welcome back. We'll see. We'll see if this is welcome back or not. We'll see. Now, understand that my explanation of the situation, when I tell you it's the most layman of layman's terms, I want you to just hear from this chick. The level of entitlement from this chick. This is like, I'm like, are you rage baiting? Because apparently that's just like a trend with you motherfuckers now, the rage baiting. And some of y'all niggas that y'all be calling people rage, the people y'all be calling rage baiters, they not rage baiters, they're just fucking idiots. Shout out to Just Case and Bread. I think her video condenses shit enough. The interview that this bitch does with the news lady is the funniest shit ever, bro. It's the funniest shit ever. Listen to this shit.
I've had people reaching out to the schools that I have mentored girls in. I've had people reaching out.
Janice with a motherfucking 35 wop. Ladies, you know what we doing. Squad, we in the fucking building.
To organizations that I've done free events for. Mind you, about 98 to 90.
Ma'am, hush.
I've been staying at a place since February. Day in court, it was proven, or it was admitted, that the false narrative that I have been staying at a place since February and that someone has been trying to get me out since March, it was untrue.
But so you telling me, Jennifer, 17 of them things, Squad, we are in this bitch. MC, what's happening? Turtle, 11 wop. Squad, what the fuck? We in the building. First of all, bitch, let me be honest. When you got your Airbnb for 30 days, you really didn't think that on day 31 they was trying to get you out? Wait till you hear these cockamamie. When I tell you some of these stories, it's cockamamie.
The judge was able to see through it, and I was able to prove that this was not true. The judge said you can evict her right now. What are your plans? What are you about to do? Evict her.
Get your shit. Get your shit. Get your shit and get the fuck out. Oh yeah, the judge said you can evict her. So what are you about to do? The fuck you think? Hey, Javon Barksdale, I can't, bro. I'm gonna have to make some content for this shit. Javon Barksdale with a 38 wop. This motherfucking bitch is like, what you think I'm gonna do? Hold on before I forget. I forgot I ain't been here all month. I think I got some of the monthly memberships I can give away. Nigga ain't been here. I sure do. 5 wop courtesy of Squad, which will be followed by another 5 wop. I be forgetting, and then now it's damn near, you know, this still could possibly be the last show of the year. Oh, buddy. There we go. Ain't no need to shake the trees today. We all chilling, right? We all friends, right? Ain't no enemies of mine here. Why would I have enemies? Just chilling, right? Stretch, what's happening? Tammy, what's happening? Just a little holiday stream on a random Wednesday in December. Random.
Lady been up here crying her eyes out about how she ain't got nowhere to go. Everything is false. She has done what she is supposed to do as far as paying that Airbnb off. She don't know why this is happening to her whole time. Who here? Him. She got a man. And then it looked like they married.
Nigga, what you not getting ready to do is blame this nigga. No, Jess. I know you. Look, Jess, I fucks with you heavy. And you fine, too. But we not gonna act like you not part of the Bitter Bitch Brigade, bro. We not gonna do that. You triple B for life. Whoever this nigga is ain't got nothing to do with the shit this bitch on.
I don't know if you can see, but there's a little wedding ring on this finger down here. So you married a man who has y'all squatting with y'all.
No. We're not doing this.
New little baby, because it looked like there was a baby in the damn car seat. Now we got to
Aaron,
talk
what
about
up?
it. So what's up, my friends? And welcome back once again to the Just Casein brand. I'm whatever you need me to be. I like to talk on make situation, the public knowledge, public bankruptcy. Now her name is Shadija Romero, but before her name was like Lisa Smith. Back in the day, it appears that Lisa was already running these scams. Only way we found out about it is because a beautiful journalist, reporter who works down at ABC 7 News, she was able to interview the squatter, and the squatter was trying to give some sort of a sob story as to what was happening. But as her story unfolded, we was like, girl, you ain't even supposed to be up in that lady's house. She already said she'd help you move if you needed the help. Get out of there.
You know what? Hold on. I want to watch the interview first. We gotta see this, bro. This interview, man. When I tell you this chick, bro, you know, it always makes me laugh when I hear people who really aren't that smart trying to be smart. Where it's like, you hear them sitting here going through all this shit. And you like, but none of this makes sense. But you still hear them explaining it like a motherfucker, and they swear that you falling for it. All right, hold on. So let's just go to. Let's go here. We'll go to part 1. First of all, this bitch is Kendra was happening. First of all, this bitch sitting here looking like Spike Lee. This is the exact outfit down to the glasses that Spike Lee would be wearing. Nigga, hey, the landlord, man, I fuck with her. She be having me rolling. Because look, the shit plays out. I bullshit you not. Y'all don't understand. This story plays out like a funny ass movie. The only thing that's like not funny is you don't want to laugh because it's like it's happening to the, you know, the people. But the shit that they was pulling, like they called and got the lights turned off. Okay. This bitch, they like get out. She ain't getting out. They call and have the lights cut off. She runs to the courthouse immediately because this is some shit she been doing. So she know what she doing. So like if Jed would have kicked her door in and tried to kick her out, nigga, Jed would have got a rude awakening, nigga. She know all of the squatter laws, nigga. Bullshit. I'm not even fucking playing. Cause she went straight to the court the next day, got an order so she can get the lights turned back on. So you know what these niggas ended up doing? Them niggas ended up going inside the house and manually cutting the power off. Come on, lady. I know I'm wrong. Go ahead. Tell me how I'm wrong.
So first, let's just start with your first name and your last name and how you spell it.
Shadija Romero. That's fine. Just maybe not the screen door since we don't know if...
So just close which one?
That one, that door.
Okay, good. Got it, okay. Okay, first name and last name and spell it for me, love.
Shadija Romero, S-H-A.
Nigga, if... Look, I know y'all like, man, fuck y'all, I'm back, bro, man. Kiss my ass. This don't seem mousy to you. Look at her body language just from the question, can we have your first and last name? Look how evasive she was acting just from that. Watch.
Okay, first name and last name and spell it for me, love.
Shadija Romero.
And then now she got to think about it. First and last name. This is all that's been asked so far. What Truska was happening? What is your J-Rock was happening? What is your first and last name, bro? Here we go, nigga. Here we go. Here we motherfucking go, nigga. Already on that shit.
SHADIJA, last name ROMERO.
Okay, so we know why we are here. Tell me how it got to this point.
In February of this year, I moved into the unit.
Bob with a 31 whop. Squad, we in this motherfucker.
Initially through an Airbnb. There was a month agreement, which I paid for on the Airbnb platform due to a fire.
Okay.
Which I then asked the owner if we could extend the time frame in the home. We came to an agreement that I could do that. She sent me monthly invoices, which I paid those monthly invoices in order.
Do you happen to have those monthly invoices with you?
To stay in the unit. I had a month where I had a financial loss of over like $17,000.
Lord Jesus. You lost $17,000 in a month. First of all, you had $17,000 on you. And you lost it in a month doing what?
Was that due to work or personal?
It's a personal issue. I helped someone in the past and it came back to bite me because I am, everyone can see, you can search me because I'm not hiding from anyone.
What the fuck does that mean? So I was helping somebody in the past and it came back to bite me, and you can check who I am. I'm not hiding from anybody. Well, nobody said you were. So what?
Personal issue. I helped someone in the past and it came back to bite me because I am, everyone can see, you can search me because I'm not hiding from anyone. So they were able to find me, and then I was held liable for something I helped someone do. So that put me in a financial strain, but either way, I paid.
Nah, bitch. Nah. You gonna have to explain this $17,000 a little more better than this. This was the worst explanation of how you lost $17,000 in a month. I don't think there could have been a worse explanation than this.
I still made the payment. I made the payment late because I had the issue. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. I didn't mean to get emotional. I'm trying to...
Nigga, what? Wait. What? What are you emotional for? I don't even, did nobody even, what happened? I don't even understand what happened right there.
Because I had the issue. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. I didn't... the payment late because I had the issue. I'm sorry, I'm emotional.
Nigga, what?
Emotional. I didn't mean to get emotional. I'm trying to speak clearly. The emotional, the financial thing was, like I said, almost 17.
She says motherfucker lost $17,000 playing bingo.
$1,000. So it sent me into a depression where I was considering suicide because it was such a big loss. I was trying to purchase a home. That's why I had so much money. But anyway, I paid the rent. I paid it late. In October, there was the same thing. With the invoice being sent.
Y'all ain't shit for zooming in on her damn hands. No, she's sitting there talking this shit. First of all, what is this outfit you got on? You got on some damn gray sweatpants with a denim shirt with a black leather puffer jacket. Like, what is going on?
The invoices being sent every month. Prior to me going out of the country, well, actually, I was going to make a payment on the 15th of October.
Right.
On the 15th of October, my daughter's car, her steering wheel locked.
These are the tales, the cracky tales. These are the tales that she knows so well, nigga. This now, and none of this shit has anything to do with anything. All we asked was, how did you lose $17,000 in a month? Now all of a sudden your daughter's steering wheel got locked. Like, what are we talking about, man? Yeah, I was late. I was supposed to pay this shit on the 15th, but then my daughter's steering wheel got locked. Bitch, what are you talking about?
Actually, I was going to make a payment on the 15th of October. On the 15th of October, my daughter's car, her steering wheel locked while she was driving, and I had to get to her because she was on the roadway, and the issue I needed to make sure that she was safe and get her resolved.
What, you on a tow truck? I was gonna pay, nigga, but my daughter, the steering wheel locked up. I've never heard of this before. Just for the record, yeah, dog ate my homework, face ass, like on everything.
That took me past the hours of like bank hours, so I didn't make my payment on that day because the bank had closed. Right. I had the emergency situation with my daughter. The next day, I went to retrieve the funds for the payment because I was going out of the country and I wanted it, taken care of while I was gone. But it wasn't. The money was lost. I wasn't aware of that while I was gone.
What do you mean the money was lost? She said the money was lost. What do you mean the money was lost? I'm confused.
Because I was going out of the country and I wanted it, taken care of while I was gone. But it wasn't. The money was lost. I wasn't aware of that while I was gone.
What you mean you wasn't aware?
I came back, and so the 15th was the day the payment was due.
Big, what's happening? Just so you know, she lying like a motherfucker, nigga. Like, she wants y'all to believe that the Airbnb, because what her story basically is when her 30 days ended in March and they wanted her to get out, she cut a side deal with the Airbnb people, which I know this can happen, for the record. I've done this before. Where, like, if you extending the Airbnb people, like, especially if they stay close, like, if they, they the type where you can meet them or whatever, them niggas will come talk to you like, hey, look, what was it, like 100 something? You could just give me 80 for, the next night or whatever. Because, then they just have that fucking money and they'll have to pay that Airbnb fee and that cash or whatever, and then they'll just block the date out. Just, they'll just tell Airbnb is not available. So this is true. This can happen. So I do know that this can happen. But what she's saying is she's cut a side deal with them to where she took their whole Airbnb off the market. They decided to stop having an Airbnb altogether to just solely rent to her. No lease, no renter's agreement, no nothing. And then she's been paying rent this whole time. And then magically, out of nowhere, for no reason, the people wanted her out. Just some of the most unbelievable shit ever. Just doesn't make sense. Where it's just like, but she's yet to show any proof of anything she say.
16th, I went out of the country. When I went out of the country, because I had just had that big financial loss, I turned all of my phones off because
I forgot, I didn't pay the bill because I had to go help my daughter. Then I couldn't pay the bill because I had lost all that money. She's already double talked herself twice. She couldn't pay because she lost all that money. But she was gonna pay that one day on the 15th, but couldn't because her daughter's steering wheel locked up. And then she didn't pay. She didn't find out or whatever till she got back from going out of town, out of the country. But you said you couldn't pay because you lost $17,000, but you went out of the country to mope about $17,000 you lost and just conveniently turned off all your phones. Jesus. Kendra, 36 of them things. Hopefully this is not my last show of 2025. But we in the moment. Charge was happening. Like, yeah, she got more excuses than the nigga on death row. Like, man. That's why I'm like, that's why I be wanting the lady on the other side. I just be wanting her to chill. Because I understand why she mad. So I ain't like, you ain't got no reason to be mad, no goofy shit like that. But it's like, man, this bitch will do all the work for you. I can't believe she did this interview. And I got to give this chick credit. You about to see, this bitch holds her feet to the fire. Let me grab my orange soda. My orange soda. Miss CC in the cup one time. We are down to 160 on our goal that is making up for 21 missed. Since we missed 21 daily goals, we are only trying to recoup half of them. So we are down to 160. All right. Back to this fruit bat.
I was trying to like decompress from, what I had been experiencing. And I didn't turn my phones back on until later that Monday when I came into the property.
Andrea, Napa, what's happening?
On that Monday, so that's like maybe 6 days after the rent was due, the electricity to the home had been cut off.
Turn that
and at that point, that's when I was made aware that the payment had not been made.
She gonna say, she wants you to believe she left out of town thinking it. How did she think it was paid? Like, who did you give the money to? Who are you throwing under the bus? I gave the money and told this person to pay it. Apparently they didn't. It's basically what she's saying. Because I was going to go pay it, and then I couldn't because my daughter. But then I went out of town, and I realized that it didn't get paid when it didn't go through. What do you mean it didn't go through? Like, what is she talking about? She's like being extremely vague as fuck. It's the vagueness for me.
I then called Pepco to figure out, at first I thought maybe it was a power outage. So first I called Pepco, found out it wasn't a power outage and that the owners had turned off they had turned off the electricity. So then the
turn off the lights. Light a candle. Turn them off. Nigga, turn off the lights and light a candle. Them niggas. It's the getting emotional thinking about them niggas turning the lights off for me. Scott Johnson in the cup one time. Deanne in the cut one time. Hey, I think we just hit the goal. God is great. Bitch, bro. Nigga, what Cat Williams say? Nigga, I had these motherfucking candles. I couldn't wait to burn them motherfuckers.
And that the owners had turned off they had turned off the electricity. So then the electricity was turned
David was happening
on because then so that we could have power. They turned the power back off because they said I had no right to turn the power on. I went to the courthouse that following day to file an emergency hearing because they had turned the power off.
So how does she know to immediately go file an emergency thing about turning the power off? She don't tell you about no discuss. She's not like, what? She don't even say, I hit up the landlord like, what the fuck? Why you turn the power off? She ain't even saying no shit like this. She's not even saying this. She's not even saying that. They turned the power off. I called them niggas and cussed them the fuck out. Like, why the fuck y'all turn the power off after all this fucking rent I done paid and this, that, and the third? Nah, she's like, yeah, they turned the power off. I went straight downtown to the courthouse. Wait, what?
And I didn't want them to be able to turn the power off again. No point prior to this did I state anything about like tenant rights. Was I worried about anything about tenant rights?
What do you mean you didn't state anything about tenant rights? What is that? That's irrelevant. You was exercising your tenant rights. It doesn't matter if you say it. I didn't say anything about tenant rights. Bitch, you went to the courthouse to exercise your tenant rights. So stop it.
Because up until that point, everything was being paid every month. Even if it was paid 2 days late, it was paid.
Show us can we please see the fucking receipts? I don't think I'm asking too much by that. Come on, y'all. Do y'all think I'm asking too much by wanting to see the motherfucking receipts?
After that, we've now progressed to the point where they come to the home almost every other day. I called the police. The police informed them that I was a resident or a tenant here. She said that we didn't have a lease, which we do not have a lease in place, but we did have an agreement for me to stay at the property beyond.
Bitch, are you for real?
Like, she really think this is what I was talking about when I'm like, when you watching somebody who think that they are being so smart. Like, she really think people falling for this shit, bro.
Beyond the initial Airbnb time frame. So she's been back to the property almost every day. They installed signs. The police told me that I could take down the signs because they were not legal signs issued by the court. They were signs that she had just had made in an attempt to try to harass me more and force me out of the property sooner.
Right.
I told them that I could not be out of the property within a short period of time because I had just had that financial issue, but that I would go through.
April, what it do?
This process that DC has to assist people who have had financial issue in order to pay the rent. Informed that I would go through that, and that while they were going through the legal process while they initiated the legal process, because they had never initiated the legal process before to like have me moved from the property, that I would ensure that everything was paid. And then it's just been a continuance of them, the police and you coming to the home, and the power is currently off. So, yes.
And the power is currently off.
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
And the power is currently off, nigga. Yeah, bitch. Turn that shit. Ho, we said you can't stay here. The fuck? Scott,
thank
what
you
up?
for sharing your side one. I heard you mention the tragedies of financial loss. I do know also when I went through the court records, the messages between you two, the
It's about to get good.
Airbnb reservation, things like that. I heard you say there were payments, but transaction-wise, there was nothing for nearly 9-10 months, July.
No, that's incorrect, and I can prove to you.
What was that?
That I heard you say there were payments, but transaction-wise, there was nothing for nearly 9-10 months, July.
No, that's incorrect, and I can prove to you. I can show you the receipts that.
Yeah, please. Please, let's see those receipts. Let's see those receipts. Hey man, hit the like button, bro. Is we in this bitch or what, bro? Is this a fucking party or what?
The owner sent me direct links every month after March for payments. So I have been making payments via a PayPal link that they sent.
This is easy then. If you paid them through PayPal, this is the easiest shit to prove of all time. Anybody who's ever used PayPal know that if she paid a motherfucker through PayPal, it is the easiest shit to prove of all time. But the issue is, I just don't feel like we gonna get to see. All she gotta do is open her phone app.
If I can go and grab my phone, I can even show you a receipt.
Well, at least she ain't lying about that part.
That says it's to, I don't want to say the name, but the name of their investment group that I guess oversees the property. So I have been making payments. The first payment was made directly through Airbnb. After that time frame, we made an agreement that I would stay after, and she sent me direct links through PayPal to make the payments every month. 1 or 2 months, I didn't make the payment through PayPal. I made it through Apple Pay or through Zelle, but the payment was made. So every month, she had to send me an invoice. I didn't have to request the invoice. She just sent the invoice because we were both
Then just show it. Just show it, girl.
An agreement that I would be staying at the property. So that's untrue. I have not been here for 9-10 months and not been paying. That is inaccurate. And
I'll let you get after we, just so we can run through all the, in case you have to get anything else. Let's start from the beginning. When you made the Airbnb reservation, because I saw the reservation, you mentioned it was for a fire. Around that same time, court records show at your previous apartment, you were also getting evicted for not paying rent. And
so that wasn't for that place. It was for a previous place where something happened during COVID when everyone.
Wait, so you've done this before. So now you're on record. You've done this before. So now what?
Was not receiving payment. I'm an entrepreneur and I also have a nonprofit. So that's what that was for. The fire that I actually had a fire. There's a police report, a fire report for it. The police came out, the fire department came out, determined that it was an electrical issue in the wall that then created.
Was it at the same apartment building?
For
Ava Noma, that apartment? Because that says 2000.
See, here's the thing that got me laughing at both sides. This is why you don't ever do shit without paperwork. All sides of this shit wrong, for the record. All sides wrong. Because it is, first of all, the main reason why that bitch, especially the landlord chick trying to be careful, is, nigga, you can lose your you get banned from Airbnb if they find out you doing that shit. Like, doing these using their service to do like side deals. Yeah, they frown upon that. Something else happened, but neither one of them really want to say what happened. They already banned the homeowner. Well, I knew that was coming. If I knew that shit was coming. Like I said, I've done that shit and I've had that shit happen before. But I would never do no shit like this. It was a perfect storm for both of them. She knew what the fuck she was doing. And I'm sure y'all was overcharging her as well. If she was actually paying some shit or whatever, y'all was overcharging her as well. I just think that it sounded like this shit, whatever happened with this shit in October or whatever, seemed like it was along the lines of that last straw type of feeling. It gave last straw vibes. You know, a nigga could be wrong, but that's just the vibes. Ain't that what the kids say vibes? We all about talk about vibes. It's the vibes it gives me.
It was you were there 2023, 2024.
So Ava Noma is where I had the fire, yes.
Ava Noma is the one showing that you were in the process of being evicted.
See what I'm saying? It's the look of befuddled for me. KS Dub, what's happening?
For paying 1 month's rent when you were there for 13.
So no, that would not be accurate.
So the court records are not accurate?
I did not go to court for eviction for Ava Noma. I did have a fire at that unit, yes.
Okay. Just so you know, court records do show that they were evicting you.
Magnolia.
It has documents you also filed in that process. It also shows you trying to apply for EREP to stay there.
I know I applied for it now through here, not for Ava Noma, because my payments were made for Ava Noma.
Okay. Just so you know, the court records do show something different.
It's the look of being befuddled for me every time. I mean, the court records show something different.
Okay. Just so you know, the court records do show something different.
What is it with niggas that be lying about paperwork? Like, if a nigga asks you about some shit that you know you done went to court for, you can't lie about the paperwork, nigga.
I hear you on that. You mentioned that you're saying from the start of your Airbnb reservation to now, you've made every single payment.
Correct. And I can show you the receipts for those.
Okay. So you're saying Roshane Douglas, the homeowner, is essentially lying and saying that you have not made
any
those payments?
Correct.
Okay.
She sent me links, direct PayPal links for payment. Okay. And there's no way I could pay it without having the PayPal links or having her Zelle information in order to send her those payments.
Okay. In some of the text messages between you and her, you did acknowledge that you hadn't paid.
Which month? Was it a May?
Multiple months, starting around August to now.
Bitch, have you been paying?
Barely. No. So it may have been okay, I didn't pay it yet, but it was then paid. But I have a payment for my August. I have receipts for my August payment. July, June, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. I have payments, receipts that show that.
Did you book the Airbnb with the intention of staying?
No.
Absolutely, she did. In my opinion. And the only reason why I say that is this bitch on day 30, she came up missing. And then by day 32, was talking this other shit. She knew what she was doing. She duped the homeowners. The homeowners didn't know what they were doing. She knew what she was doing. And then they try to play her. They try to play this motherfucker, and while trying to play her, they got their hand caught in the cookie jar. All y'all niggas, that's why you just supposed to be doing what you're supposed to do. Clean hands is key. Reality Check TV Chicago, my brother in Christ, great to see you.
I did not book the Airbnb with the intent of staying.
So why are you still here?
Because after the repairs were done, the place still smelled like fire.
Lord Jesus.
And there was water damage. So the water damage was more substantial than the fire damage. And once they started doing the repairs and even completed the repairs, when we went back into the unit, the lease was actually up in April of that year. Once they completed the repairs in about May, everything still smelled like water and fire. And at that point, now the lease was up.
Okay.
The lease was for an additional 20, I'm not sure, but it was for an extended period. So it was more than a year.
Okay.
And so the lease was officially up in April.
The lease was up in April.
And so then the process, I had started a process with LEDC to purchase a home.
To purchase a home, okay. And you're saying you're still here because the home purchase didn't complete, or?
Correct. So I started the home buying process with LEDC. They have a program where I believe it's called HPAP.
Look, I just don't understand why she doesn't have any paperwork to support anything she's saying. Just foolish.
HPAP will assist you with paying your down payment costs. This year, they switched the program to a lottery program for that assistance. So with the program, they will pay your down payment and your closing costs. Before, the program was just you applied and you got in. This year, it turned to a lottery. That program didn't actually...
Ain't went and got that fucking phone yet, Joy. You hear me?
...open up until November. So the program didn't open up for you to even consider.
She don't push them glasses up, I'm gonna lose it.
To be considered for the lottery until November.
Where are you in that process? Or let me ask you this. You mentioned you didn't, in the middle of your Airbnb process, you didn't go back to your apartment because it still smelled like smoke.
And water damage.
And water damage. What makes you choose to stay here instead when the homeowner has made it clear she doesn't want you here, doesn't want to be a landlord? There's now no utilities on, there's wood boarded up, there's a sign outside saying she doesn't want you here. What's making you choose to stay?
So no, that didn't start until literally this month.
What didn't start?
The sign on the building or the utility, that wasn't something that happened prior to this point, prior to this month. So if that had happened months ago and that was something that I've been dealing with for months, I would leave. So now, with all of this going on, I am going to leave. The process was never to stay here for forever. The plan was to go back, and then if not, then purchase a home, which is why I started the home buying process. Now that we are going through this here, I am going, even though we're going to still go through the court process, which I filed documents. No one filed documents initially. So if anyone was trying to get me out of the home, they would have filed paperwork to get me out of the home and any of the months that they said that I did not make payments. That didn't happen. No one filed paperwork. The Douglases.
She just be talking, bro. Random news was happening, cousin.
Didn't file paperwork until I filed paperwork.
They did give you a 30-day notice.
Which for 1 month that they did not receive a payment, and then they received the payment later. So let's say you're in an apartment or your home. Do you rent or do you own?
Own, but I also have a signed contract saying that I own.
Oh, no, you didn't. Wait a minute. No, you did.
I mean, I own, but I got, paperwork that shows that, I own my shit. Nigga.
and or when I rented, I have a signed lease saying that I own.
So have you ever rented before?
Yes.
Okay. So when you pay your rent, if you don't pay your rent after, let's say, the 5th, then you get a notice that you didn't pay your rent, correct? Right. And then that notice might say, you haven't paid your rent, you need to pay the rent, we're filing this paperwork in the courthouse because you have not filed this paperwork. If you don't pay, then you need to vacate the unit.
Right.
Okay. So whenever she's provided a vacate notice, it might have been because the payment had not been received yet. Once the payment was received, she would send another invoice, and now we're in another month because that month that she did the vacate notice for was because the payment was late. If the payment was made, then there were no other issues. She then sent another invoice for the next month, and there was no longer an issue. The vacate notice would be if there wasn't payment made. So just like your apartment, like I said, if you rent an apartment, you pay the rent late, they give you a notice that you haven't made the payment. You make the payment, and then everything is fine. And that is what has happened. So it has not been, since I've been here in February, that I have not been making payments. That is incorrect.
Did Douglases ever, or did you and the Douglases ever sign a document or agree to you renting this property outside of that Airbnb reservation?
We have text messages, yes, where they agreed to me staying in the property after the initial Airbnb rental period.
Can I see your phone?
Even as I was listening to the court hearing, it was stated that after the Airbnb 32 days was up, you mentioned you wanted to extend your stay at the Airbnb, and that's what that extension was, an extension of being an Airbnb guest. Are you saying you took that as an extension of, I'm now renting?
No. So we did not rent. We no longer did any rentals through Airbnb. The Airbnb rental was only 1 month through Airbnb. After that time frame, I went through paying the owners directly. So we extended the time frame. They agreed to allow me to stay in the space till whenever, I guess until I don't make a payment, and then they go through a process. The initial process was not to stay in here for an extended amount of time, no, but it was to stay beyond well, it wasn't even to stay beyond the 30 days, but once we knew that I had to stay beyond the initial Airbnb rental, we no longer went through Airbnb. So there was never an...
This is why I say it's wrong on both sides. Because why are you... y'all understand how like serious something like rent and contracts and shit are? Like, these are some serious ass things. And for both sides to be engaged in something this serious with no fucking contract, they're not even telling us the truth about why they fucking fell out. Both of them telling two alternate stories, and both of them have been caught lying on different aspects of the story. They won't even tell us what they really felt. I wish I knew what they really fell out about. I think we will never know. Alan, what's happening?
Extension of the Airbnb. Everything went directly through the owner. You're saying Airbnb as if I went to the Airbnb, rented it for 30 days, said I'm staying, and I'm not paying you anything. And then since that 30 days in February or March, it would have ended, I've been staying here without them knowing, and I haven't been paying. That would be inaccurate.
So you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that after the 30-day and everything was on Airbnb, once it left Airbnb, that's when the agreement started to you a month-to-month stay.
That's pretty much when it had to have been. Like, Airbnb wasn't going to be involved in that at all.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that you are going to leave, but you're going to go through the court process.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm going to leave before the court process finishes, but we are still going to go through the court process.
And why is that?
Because now
it looks better in court if she just leaves.
Have caused me when you decided to lock. So the police informed her that she is not allowed, that they are not allowed to enter the property without 48 hours written notice because I was staying here. Okay. On Thanksgiving, while I left to have Thanksgiving, they entered the unit without my knowledge to change the locks, turn off the power. That is when they They didn't turn the power off through Pepco. They did something to the breaker box where then the breaker box is not sending power.
Them niggas suspended the power for nigga. You not having power in this bitch, ho.
To the home. After she turned the power off in the home, when we got into the home, she then called CPS to tell them that my younger daughter, was in the home without power.
You see what I'm saying? Shit like that right there. Shit like that right there. You understand how trifling that is? You gonna sit here and you gonna cut her motherfucking power off and then go call CPS and tell them that she's staying in the house with her kid with no power on in it. What did y'all really fall out about?
But my daughter was leaving. She left. She hasn't stayed here because the temperature was cold. I couldn't leave the property because they had taken the batteries out of the door, and the doors could not be locked, and my property was still in there. So although we're going to go through the court process, because now you have said that I'm a squatter. A squatter is a person who illegally goes onto a property, then they ever have that's like if your home that you own was vacant and no one was there, and then I decided I'm going to go into your home because I know it's vacant, and you don't know that I'm going into the property. That is what a squatter is. A squatter is someone who has illegally entered the property without your notice, and you never had an agreement with them.
It's also not just if the home's vacant, it's if you're there without the owner's permission.
Yeah, it doesn't have to just be vacant.
And you're not leaving.
Yes, if you had maybe that other part is there, but we had an agreement. So
She said maybe that other part is there.
I had a rental, an Airbnb rental in February to March, and I said, you know what? I had an Airbnb rental for a month. I'm never leaving here, and I'm never going to pay you anything, and you need to get me out through the courts. That was never the case. We had an agreement.
You did say that through text, though.
Oh, I said that through text about afterwards when you decided to then start harassing me. I said, you're going to have to go through the court process, yes, in order to legally get me out of the property. That didn't mean that I'm staying in the property indefinitely. I'm literally going to be leaving the property as soon as possible. Like, start packing up. Because now it's gotten to a point where it messes with somebody's emotional being and their peace, and we're not doing that. There were payments made every month prior to that, so you can't say that you didn't want me. If you didn't want me in the property, why were you sending me invoices for payments?
What did y'all fall out about?
Why were payments made and you accepted them? Why did you accept any of those payments if you didn't want me in the property? Let's say you issued a 30-day notice in June. Let's say she did. I don't know that she did. Let's say in June.
Or did y'all have the type of relationship to where it was just like this every month? Every month you was late on the rent. Every month she would turn up. Then you would pay the rent. And then this time she went too far by like turning the lights and power and shit off. Is that what happened?
I didn't make my payment on the 5th or the 15th, and you sent me a 30-day notice, but then I paid the rent on the following day.
Why'd you not leave after signing the document stating that you weren't a tenant and that you would leave November 15th if she gave you $2,500?
So whatever that agreement is, that is an agreement that the owner, Mr. Douglas, he said that his wife was under an amount of stress because I had paid the rent late previously, and that she was now distressed, and he and I have had a pretty much cordial relationship after that. I told him I wasn't sure that I would be able to leave the property within that time frame because I had just suffered a big financial loss in the month previously. So there was no way I could guarantee that I would be out within that time frame. Before that time frame came, I informed them And
I'm going to tell you what it was, the other thing. It was the shit, her being on Instagram too. I'm telling you, the landlord, she a hothead. This part, if you've seen anything about the landlord, you can easily believe what she's saying. She's a hothead, and she could have felt like, man, this bitch is out of the country, all this shit. She talking about she got a financial loss, but she out of the country. She seen her on this Instagram, this, that, and the third. She ran over there and turned that shit off. Just like some of you petty motherfuckers would do also. That's what this sounds like now.
No way I can be out before that time frame because of this financial issue that I informed you of. They don't have to be accepting of the financial issue that I have, because whether the financial issue exists, rent has to be paid, right? But if rent is not paid due to a financial issue or whatever issue, I was then informed while I'm going through the process to then move out and get everything done that you had to go through the courts. I went to the court in order to make sure the power was on while we're doing that. The court informed me, the court attorneys at Landlord and Tenant informed me that nothing had been filed against me to get me out of the property. Nothing had ever been filed, and that I would have to file in order to protect myself from them turning the power off until I moved out of the property.
Okay. Where are
Part 3.
you going?
Then we gonna watch the eviction.
I'm moving out of the property. I don't need to tell them where I'm moving.
I asked that in the sense of if you did have somewhere to go with all the...
Did you just ask her where she's moving now? I'm with her on this. Like, I ain't telling y'all niggas where I'm going.
Where are you going to go next?
Like, why would I tell y'all that? I'm with her on this one.
I'm moving out of the property. I don't need to tell them where I'm moving.
I asked that...
Yeah, that's weird for you to ask me that. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back, y'all. Oh, that, what up?
I asked that in the sense of if you did have somewhere to go with all this on. You mentioned she was harassing you. And
this just started, so it's not like the harassment has not been for months. So when you're saying harassment and you're saying why haven't I left prior, it seems as if this is an issue that has been going on for months, which it has not. This has only been like a 2-week. This has been like now it's been a month process. So it hasn't been some process that has been going on for months. It has not gone on for months. It has not. It's only been going on now for a month, literally a month.
So you're saying just November or just December?
The end of October is when the stuff started. The harassment started in November.
Okay.
So the harassment didn't start.
Tracy, squad, we in the motherfucking building. Good to see y'all, man.
Bring it to Medusa!
Spike Lee, continue.
Until mid-November. So the harassment, the sign, the cutting the power off, that was November. Well, the power was cut off in October 1st, but then they turned the power back on, but then they turned it back off in November. So the issues didn't start until October, November, the end of October, the beginning of November. There was no harassment prior to that. There was no issue with installing signs. None of that started months ago, and I'm just staying here dealing with harassment. No, that's not the case.
Where do you think the missing link or disconnect is between you and the homeowners, between you feeling and saying that you are renting and them saying that you are here without their permission and legally? In one sentence, what would you say that disconnect?
Yeah, one sentence, my nigga.
Or link is?
I think the disconnect is simply you not wanting to... I don't know. I would say it was simply that you have decided that you don't want me in the property anymore. And instead of trying to do that the legal way, let's say, even if you go the legal way, I'm planning to leave before. Let's say she decides.
So what are you saying then? I'm telling you, y'all motherfuckers fell out about something, or y'all always been falling out. Because both of y'all trifling to me.
To go to landlord and tenant court
Tracy,
tomorrow.
you know what it is.
And that process takes 6 months.
We'll see if
I'm
this
not gonna be
officially
here for
us
6
being
months
back
while we go
for
through
the
that
record.
process. Now, while we go through the civil process, I will be still going through that, but I'm not even going to stay here for that time frame. But I would say the disconnect is understanding that regardless of whether you want to see me as a tenant or not, once you allowed me, do I need to?
Wait, is that the phone? I didn't know the phone was that close. Joy, we found the phone.
Is that disconnect?
Yes, if you don't mind.
People are that I don't know are calling my phones. Okay, I would say that the disconnect is simply that you want something to happen in a quicker time frame than I can make possible. So I would say
So basically, she wanted you to get, okay. So that kind of makes a little more sense too. Because this is what I think happened from both sides. This is, she ain't shit and the landlord ain't shit. The landlord thought she done hit a lick. She like, look, we can have this chick in here, but I feel where she's coming from on the standpoint of, if we not gonna have no lease, I gotta stay on your head on extra shit. And I think that bitch was under the illusion of, if we ain't got like no contract or no shit like that, I can just kick this bitch out anytime she make me mad. Anytime I don't like this situation, I can just kick her out. So whatever happened with this rent situation in October, that was the last straw. Because like the chick said, she was seeing shit in August and all these messages in August and shit like that. November, this shit happened, and the bitch decided she was gonna kick her ass out. Then then this bitch flexed on her because she's done this type of shit before. So she gonna tell her ass, nah, you can't just put me out like that. You gonna have to go through the courts. And this chick thought she wasn't gonna have to go through the courts because she was just on some Airbnb shit. That's why this whole thing where she went, like, people were surprised that when she went to court that the judge went ahead and said evict her. That's just how the eviction process works. It's just how it works.
Within the next 2 weeks, before the end of December, before there is anything serious, that I would be out of this property. It might even be within the next week.
The cameraman been trolling all interview.
Stuff out, because now it's gotten to the point of harassment and messing with the peace. That was not a problem before. If that was a problem before, then I would have been on a speedier process to make this happen. But because I may have paid late and then make the payment and then you send me another invoice, I'm under the impression because you send me another invoice for another month that we are fine. Just like,
yeah, that's how. But see, that's where you messed up. Something that serious, you got to have a contract, bro. It's just that serious, simple, or just that simple.
Like if I were renting an apartment and I paid it late and then I paid it later.
But you would have a contract.
Goes back.
But if you had a contract or a lease, it would state all of these things. If it's late, what is considered late? What time is late? Yada, yada, yada. What happens if it's late? What's the process? That's literally what the lease shit's for. This whole thing where you like, well, I just assumed it was all on the up and up. She thought she was a good Muppet, but she was really a bad Muppet. She was the Muppet that she deserved. Because she wanted to run game on this lady. Got her staying there on some overcharged shit. She's staying there, but she paying late. And she tried to flex on her and shit because in her mind, she thought that since we ain't got no real lease or shit like that, I can kick this bitch out whenever I want to. She pissed her off, tried to kick her out, and she tried to kick out the wrong one. She kicked out a bitch that knew her rights. She tried to kick her out. This bitch is like, I can't move out that fast, and if you gonna really just want me out like that, you gonna have to go through the proper channels. You're not just coming in here turning the power and shit off. You don't have the right to do that. She knew her rights, nigga. She knew her squatter rights. That's why if Jed had kicked the door in on this bitch, she would have told Jed to leave. She would have called the police.
As long as you're making your payments. So I don't know if I answered your question on that.
No, you're fine. So essentially when they sent you the payment request for when you want to extend, to you that's an agreement of I'm going to stay and
at the property because why would you send me a payment link for rent if you don't want me to stay here? If you wanted me out in April, why did you send me one for April? If you wanted me out in May, why did you send me one in May? If you wanted me out in June, why did you send me a link for June, July, August, September, October? Why did you send me those links for payment? And if I was in the property unwilling, like you didn't want me in the property, and let's say I was being hostile. Let's say I was, now the home right now, I have a business, so that's why this stuff is here on the floor, right? But the home is not in a position where anything is being damaged. You know, like I haven't messed up the walls, there's nothing done. So if you wanted me out of the property because you felt like I was doing something to the property or you just didn't want me at the property anymore, you would go through the process to make sure that the person cannot be at your property, which would be going through it legally, not because the person, whether you agree to a lease or not.
Now I'm with her on this part. I'm with her on this part. It goes back into my theory of what the landlord be on. The landlord thought she could just roll up and go, bitch, get out. I don't like this arrangement anymore for whatever the reason. You paying late all the time, whatever. I'm ready to put this shit back on Airbnb, whatever. Well, what happened is, Foxy, what's being claimed is she was paying. She had paid late a couple times, but she was always paying. And then when that shit hit the fan or whatever, she lost $17,000 is what she's alleging. Something happened in her life and she lost $17,000  1 month. And in the process of losing that $17,000, she then went out of the country. And then that's when the landlord started turning up. And I think because one thing is her Instagram's privated. Her Instagram, before it got privated, you could see like she was living her best life. And I think the landlord was jealous of that shit to an extent. But the landlord definitely thought she could just kick her out and found out.
If I own a home, I know that in order to get the person out, I have to make sure I go through the process to get them out. Why didn't that process happen if you wanted me out, and why were you continuing to send me invoices and accept the payment? So if you send me an invoice, then you say, never mind, you know what, I'm not taking your payment. But
would
you
that
accept
have
it all.
changed anything though? Because you mentioned that because you were here for 30 days, you have the tenant rights, and you were telling her she has to go through the court process.
So I would have that.
What is wrong with her? See, I don't like that line of questioning because of all the things I could really get on this lady about, I will not get on this lady about exercising her rights and knowing her rights. Yeah, you can sit here and be like, it's kind of dirty that, and then maybe to you it looked like she did this Airbnb for 30 days up under the precipice of knowing that at the end she'd have squatters' rights and they would have to evict her if she really wanted, if she didn't want to leave up out of there. It's possible, but these are the laws, and this is the way the law is written. So,
the tenant process, wasn't even thinking about that until we got to the point of the harassment. So, at no point in March or April or May did I think about.
What was considered harassment?
Now I get what she's saying when she says that. She's like, well, we had this agreement and we've been doing this shit for a while. I never had to think about my tenants' rights. I only thought about my tenants' rights the moment she tried to fucking turn the power off and kick me out of nowhere. That makes sense.
For you just to clarify, because based on the messages, it seemed like you started claiming harassment when you started asking for the missed payments or money that wasn't received.
No,
she said
it's when you come to the home, you're banging on the door, the police say to you, you can't come in. You come in, you sit down, you threaten me, tell me that you're going to break all of the windows in the house.
So she came inside and threatened you?
Yes.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
The police have it on their cameras. Like, they were wearing footage. They
were wearing footage. Body cams, man.
The body cameras came in the home. Then you go outside of the home because they say, no, you know what? If you continue to do this, we're going to arrest you because she has rights to be here. Despite them saying that, she would come back every other day to say something or do something else in order to create hell.
So the police see, this is where I do have a problem. The police told you that she got rights and you got to get her out the right way. You didn't want to do that shit the right way because you knew you was going to be in trouble, man. She should have never tried to flex like this. All she had to do was talk to her. She wanted her gone right now. The chick was like, no, I need time or whatever. And she was like, nah, you leaving right now. And she's like, you can't make me leave right now. Bro, you should have just got with her if you really wanted her out and talked to her and came up with a plan to get her up out of there, bro. Especially because you know you wanted to try to keep your Airbnb situation. Just silliness.
Let me say this because, respectfully to the people who have seen this, to those who have heard about... So
I'm sorry. So my point is that at no point prior to that was I ever saying, I have tenant rights, you better not do this, because there was no need for me to feel like I needed to have tenant rights before that. There was no need for me to feel like you're going to do something that is going to put my living in danger for me to feel like I need to protect myself, because I make a payment and we're back on good terms. So there was never a thought about what a tenant right was.
What a tenant right was.
Until we got to the point of that.
The contention.
Correct. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Not at all. If she'd have said that, I'd have been done. Not at all.
I hear you. It does look like this based on everything, and I'll give you, of course, a chance to respond after. It does look like, based on the court records, that you were getting evicted from Ava Noma because you were there for 13 months and only paid for a month. And around the time you were getting evicted, you booked this Airbnb for 32 days. You then told the homeowner you needed more time because of the alleged fire and things like that, and you wanted an extension. And
okay,
asked to pay via Amex or another way outside of Airbnb. She accepted that extension.
Oh, okay.
And then you continued staying. You say you paid. She says she never received payment. And then you said because you were here for 30 days, DC says you are a tenant and she has to go through the process to get you out. You signed an agreement.
Listen to what you said. There's a big plot hole.
And she has to. And then you said because you were here for 30 days, DC says you are never received. And then you continued staying. You say you paid. She says she never received payment. And then you said because you were here for 30 days, DC says you are a tenant and she has to go through the process to get you out. You signed an agreement saying that you would be out. She offered to pay you to leave, essentially. You signed and agreed and still did not leave. With all of that together, to her, it does appear in a sense, with you knowing how DC laws work, that you kind of scammed your way into long-term housing.
Okay, so first of all, you said alleged fire. Mm-hmm. There was a fire. There's no alleged. A fire happened, a fire report happened, police report happened, and it was investigated. So a fire happened. So it's not alleged.
Talk your shit.
So me saying I need to stay there because of a fire would not be an inaccurate statement, because there was a fire and I was displaced because of the fire, because there was so much water damage that it went all the way down to the first floor of the building. So that would be the first thing. The second thing is, if you, once you agreed that I could stay in the property after that and send invoices, let's say, however, I asked, do you want to do it through Airbnb or do you want to do it directly?
Do you have that message?
I'm sure I think it.
She's holding the phone in her motherfucking hand, nigga.
I don't know.
I'll give you my number and you can send
Yes. So the option was never me saying, I want to pay you outside of Airbnb. That was never a statement. There was
Why
never.
Why did you correct that when she said that in court? Because she did say that you stated that you initiated the outside payment in court.
So I don't think she said that. So we had court today.
Yes.
And while I was trying to ask questions about the legality of things and ask other questions, the judge said you cannot. They were there only for the emergency hearing, which was the power being out. Okay. So the other issues where the questions of whether she's lying about payments and all of that, which I sent payments to the judge, which the judge could see the payments. Here's a payment for June.
Mm-hmm. Give me one quick second. Tell him to move us down to 5:30, because we're still talking. Sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the initiation to go out of Airbnb was not me. It was, and I don't recall that being asked in court. And if it was, when I was trying to ask questions, if you were there, then you heard the judge say that I am here for this. The legal issues, the law questions that you're asking or trying to ask, it has no bearing today. That'll be reviewed next week.
One of the most important questions I want to make sure I do ask you, because I heard you say you're getting calls. I can say sitting here with you that you're also emotionally impacted by this, whatever side anything is on. What do you feel something has been misunderstood, and when people see this story and continue to see it, what do you want them to understand about you?
Me personally, or this situation?
You personally, and the situation.
Everyone has financial issues at some point. No one is free of something happening and they being 1 month or 1 week away from paying their rental payment.
Okay.
If you make your rental payment late, that does not mean that your landlord should be able to cut your...
Did you hear me on that part, Berg? I said something about that a few minutes ago. Like, that's some foul ass shit. I was like, that lets you know the mindset of that fucking landlord when she was on. She ain't like, she's not like the good guy in this scenario. She just tried to flex on this bitch because she ain't no contract, and this bitch was like, you can't do that. And she got mad. When it really wasn't no big deal. You could just rent down to the courthouse, file shit that everybody that rent homes and shit got to do.
Power off to your home, that they should be able to...
Yeah, I mentioned that shit like a while ago. Like, she turned the power off and then called CPS and was like, yeah, she got her kid in the house with no power on. Like, dirty bitch.
Come to the home to harass you, to get into the unit, or have your vehicle towed, or put signs on the thing in order to try to publicly humiliate you while you're going through a financial thing, because everyone has paid a bill late. Everyone has. And when you pay that bill late, it doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It doesn't mean that you should be under public scrutiny because you paid a bill late. We all have paid a bill late.
She's right when she breaks it down right like that, like no cap.
But I guess one last question before I step out. 10 toes down, you're saying guys were in an agreement. She was renting to you. She was your landlord. You were a tenant.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the only reason why we are here, and that I have not been living here for months not paying. That is an inaccurate statement. That is an untrue statement. I cannot make invoices to send to her to live in her place. She had to initiate all of those, and you accepted my payment every month. Any way that I made, any of the payments that I made, she said in court that they were all successful. So to say that I paid with my credit card, which if anyone has an Amex, you know that you get points for making payments and then paying your credit card off the immediate month. I like to travel. I can pay it. If the Amex was not an acceptable form of payment, why was I allowed to make the payment that way?
I will say, speaking to both of you, this has created an extreme amount of stress and distress on both ends.
This does sound like some stressful shit.
So hopefully there's a resolve for both of you, truly. Because from speaking with both of you, there's some either big miscommunication on one side or the other. I think laws that exist and didn't necessarily help in this scenario as well. But it's not a unique scenario. This happens quite often.
But I feel like when it happens before, there's someone who is intentionally trying to work a system. If I were trying to work a system, I would not have made any payments to you. You know, like if I was trying to get into this property to...
I see what I kind of feel what she's saying. She's trying to tell y'all, she's really not good at talking. She's trying to tell y'all that her and the landlord had a deal, and then for whatever reason, they fell out, and the landlord wanted her out immediately. The bitch said I couldn't leave immediately. And because the 30 days was $2,200. I think it was like just under $2,300 that she paid. Exactly. That's the best way to put it. She's not a reliable tenant, and the landlord is not a good business person. Because this bitch clearly was under the precipice of, since we ain't got no lease or nothing, whenever this bitch make me mad, I can kick her out. And that's where she made the fatal mistake. And she did it to somebody who knew that she couldn't do that to her. She like, well, like, but I've been staying here and I've been paying. You can't just put me out like this.
Circumvent something, and you would have never...
Lotus, what's happening?
...received another payment from me
We in the saddle.
Outside of the Airbnb. There would have never been another payment, but you were receiving payments every month. So I wasn't trying to circumvent some process. But when it came to protecting myself, my children, and even my child, who is not my child, who's like my adopted daughter, if it comes to protecting them, then I have to protect myself. If that means now saying you're harassing me and you're cutting my power off and I don't have hot water, I have tenant rights, then that's when I'm going to say that.
So it was in your mind self-defense.
Correct. It wasn't I never mentioned tenant rights before anything was done to...
Why do you keep bringing that up?
Make me have to feel like I have to have tenant rights, because I wasn't worried.
Of course she want to sell the property. She want to sell that shit immediately. She can't host the Airbnb there no more. That was the whole reason she had that motherfucker.
About that, because we were making payments, there would be no issue.
Okay. It seems like it may have escalated from Airbnb guests extending to this, what is now a contentious situation, when you maybe started bringing up tenant rights in this.
But that wasn't until last month. So it's not like, so in March, April, May, June, July, I never said, I have tenant rights here. You know, like, because I never...
It wasn't on your mind.
It wasn't on my mind.
Well, at least the house don't, at least from this angle so far, the house don't look all tore up. Here go that mean bitch. And she a clout demon too, to be honest with you. The landlord, she a clout demon too. Y'all better be careful with her shit, man, because y'all gonna owe anything get broke. Y'all gonna owe it, nigga.
That's the worst thing to say.
The fact that y'all ain't got, the fact that it's multiple bitches over here moving this shit out. Y'all ain't just got no men that can just do this shit. But you want to be performing. Y'all want to be seen on camera. That's why you got on lipstick and shit, to, you know, to move. I mean, she is hell on wheels. You can just tell, bro. They can be ready to whoop her ass all they want, but if they do anything to her shit. Because here's my thing. This is the part where it's like, okay, so you want me to believe that it took you 10 months before you went to the court to get her put out. Why didn't you go to the court day one? Why didn't the fact when you went and turned the motherfucker power, like, you know, she's just a mean bitch. She was being a mean bitch trying to intimidate this bitch, and the chick didn't care. She knew her rights and just didn't care. It was just like, that's why she's like, I'm going to be leaving before this shit. That's why I believe when she says shit like, you know, I'm going to be leaving before the time is up or whatever. But it's like, I get where she's coming from, where it's like, you can't just roll up and tell me you get the fuck out, and then I ain't even got nothing set up or nothing. Because let's say that that shit was like that. She was getting evicted from the other spot, and she paid to get in here. Which, how much did you supposedly owe the other spot? Because she paid $2,300 to stay here for a month. And then it probably, you know, maybe she couldn't find nowhere else in the first month. And then did want to extend a little bit. And this bitch was down for it, especially without a contract. She thought she hit a lick for real. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Just put it on.
Japanese cherry blossom. Like, what are y'all niggas doing, bro? Just pack her shit up, my nigga.
So everything will...
Well, a lot of these, but here's the thing, Berg. A lot of these evictions be illegal because those courts are set. Like, when people go to those eviction courts, like, nigga, the landlord wins like 99% of the time, regardless of what happened. They almost always side with the landlords. Almost always. So for me personally, just because the judge went ahead and evicted her, that is not enough for me to go. She was wrong. She was right.
I'm sorry. This is the eviction court.
Yeah, let's watch him change the locks. Man, y'all niggas is weird, bro.
Yeah, it's more stairs.
Channel 7
No, nah, J-Rock, I disagree. Where she messed up by dealing off of Airbnb. If she had this shit go through Airbnb, all she had to do was call the police and go, I got an Airbnb person here who won't leave. Like, she could have had protection going through Airbnb. She wanted to make this money on the side. She wanted to have this extra control on the side. She wanted a tenant that she felt wasn't a tenant that she can kick out at any time. And she got to the point where she wanted to kick that motherfucker out. And that motherfucker said, I'm not going nowhere. You're going to have to get me out legally. So that when you add all that, it's like... That's where they all went wrong. They all went off platform for a dirty ass reason. And that's too big of a deal. Another thing is, if I was doing Airbnb, I wouldn't like try to rent to nobody. Like 29 days would be my limit. Especially like if I'm somewhere where it's like squatter rules kick in after 30 days. Well, 29 days, bro. On day 29, we gonna be there making sure you get the fuck out today. Like, they went off app, and one of the reasons I feel she went off app was because she felt like she definitely was making more money for the situation. She could control the situation. She's like that one friend that'll let you borrow some money, but then like expect like you say you gonna pay them Friday. They wake up Friday at 7 a.m. You ain't even woke up yet. By noon, they already dissed you on Facebook. You ain't woke up. You ain't got to your shit. You ain't did shit yet. But they let you have $20. You ain't paid that $20 yet. So now you try to ruin their whole reputation. She tried to ruin it. That's why she was like, yeah, I owe money or whatever, but like trying to ruin my reputation over there is like, that is a bit much. That is a bit much. In Indiana, Joy, woof, that's crazy. It's like that in old Crook County. In Marion County in Indiana, shit. Them niggas side with the motherfucking landlords like every time. Yeah, this lady life over. She ain't gonna be able to like really get nowhere or nothing. I find it disgusting that this story is a big deal. Like, this shit is like everyday life. Anybody that's been to any of these, there's literally courtrooms where all day they do this shit.
You got it. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna call my editor. I'll let them know. Thank you. Bye.
Where is it? Oh. Got it.
She's like, I'm not on, nigga, I'm not on air yet. Get the fucking camera off of me.
Unlock car real quick. They said they didn't get my 6 p.m. script. Let me try to resend that. Yes. Okay.
Then go upstairs when they're cleaning.
Okay.
What are you thinking?
That's fine. Oh, okay.
You're gonna be live on live TV.
Yeah, stand. You have a few minutes. I could tell you when we're starting, but when we start, you could just stand behind him. But you have like a minute or two.
Okay.
Why has it been filmed? What is the whole thing?
It's water,
So this is proof of that?
yeah, you put it back up for a minute.
Sure, yes.
Now once it's done,
Well, I'm gonna step inside for a hot sec. It's cold. And I'll be right back out, Marco.
What is it about this lady that makes everybody so one-sided about this story? I mean, she's goofy as fuck.
To the home. That's right, and this is actually one of the first times the homeowners have been back to the home in a couple of months. And as you mentioned, the judge ordered that the alleged squatter is not a tenant, therefore she has no tenant rights, and the homeowners were allowed to get her out of the home and evict her immediately, and that is what you are seeing. We have community members.
Now, here's the thing that they better be careful. If she appeals this shit, she'll probably win. Cause I haven't seen, I don't know what the shit is like up there. I don't know what the exact laws are, but I ain't seen too many scenarios where they can like just order an instant eviction. Like you can go evict they shit right now. Like is the sheriff with them or what?
Actually came here to support the homeowners and help clear out the home after watching the reports and hearing what the homeowners were.
Yeah. So let me look up. She might be in trouble because the process in DC says that you give the notice, then you take them to court, and then if you win in court, because that's what they're trying to say. I think that what the nigga's trying to say is she couldn't even say she was a tenant of any kind, but I'm like, if she, whether she paid through Airbnb or not, she was paying to stay there, nigga. So I don't really know what the judge is even looking at from that standpoint, but because if he evicts her like normally or whatever, it takes the marshals 3 weeks.
Dealing with, and even inside the home, you can see some of the area that they have started clearing as well. The homeowner mentioned to me that she has been in shock and everything that was with everything.
She signed an agreement. Who signed an agreement? The so-called squatter bitch signed an agreement that says she cannot sue past, present, or future. Sue who? Because here's the thing is like whatever agreement you made her whatever agreement you so-called made her sign, it has to be to the level of like, it has to still be governed by law.
Clear out the home after watching the reports and hearing what the homeowners were dealing.
Yeah, I ain't never really heard of evictions and shit without sheriffs or like a cop there or somebody. Like, I think that they might be illegally evicting her up out of here. And that would just be so funny in the end for me.
With, and even inside the home, you can see some of the area that they have started clearing as well. The homeowner mentioned to me that she has been in shock and everything that was with everything that was inside of this home, as well as some of the damage that she found as well.
Man, ain't nothing wrong in that motherfucker, bruh. Stop.
Well.
I don't know how you see that. My apologies, guys.
Oh, you're fine.
See, this is the shit that a lot of people, I've been noticing in the last like 10 years, this wave of people that's like, I'm going to build these clauses in my terms of service and I'm going to make you sign. Bro, any contract that has terms that are against federal law, that contract is null and void. Just so we all on the same page. So when a motherfucker be sitting there like, well, our terms of service said blah, 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 blah. Well, that's your fault that you were dumb enough to make terms of service that are against federal law, because that's illegal.
You going upstairs?
Yeah.
Excuse me, guys.
Like, where's all this? She talking about she walking in here in shock. Where's all this damage that got you in shock? Because I've seen some places where you walk in, you like, I can't believe you did these people shit like this.
Homeowners got right to after that order was filed. You can see some of the home, or actually most of the home, is rather clear now. Now, coming up at 6, I'm going to share with you more details about what happened in the courtroom. Also about how this has impacted the homeowners long term. Now, because of the missed payments, their mortgage raised from $4,000 a month to nearly $10,000 a month because of what they endured during this process. And more was revealed about Romero inside the courtroom. For now, reporting live from Northeast DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News. Look live here, and then go back to the car.
Man, nigga, are you wearing some fake phones? Them phones look fake, bro.
The speed will you? Okay, with 7 weeks is right. Most of it has been cleared out.
This is the most damage y'all can find is a random sock on the floor. Ooh, she tore this motherfucker up. There's like no signs that she tore this place up.
Wanted to help the homeowners because they feel that
man, you corny.
the situation could happen to them at any time and any day. This is what the homeowners have cleared up thus far. This is everything that was inside of the home.
Like, the chick said that she came in and was shocked at how the place looked. I've seen so many of these type of videos where I've seen it shot. There's a nigga that's like, he's like part of the people that be with the eviction. I forget what the fuck his position is called for real. He do it with a body cam, and it'd be fucked up.
Roshane Douglas said when coming inside, she was shocked to see how much was in here. She said to her it was clear that
candle wax.
Mr. Romero had no plans of ever leaving.
How was it? She said, I was surprised that somebody that's been in here for 10 months had so much shit in here. This is proof she was never leaving. This doesn't even make sense. Like, that makes no sense to me. She was there a long ass time, so I would expect her to have a lot of shit. And that's not proof that's like me right now signing a lease with a landlord, and the landlord coming over to the house and seeing all this shit in this house and going, man, this is proof that you're not gonna leave. Look at all this shit in here. You're not gonna leave when it's time to move. Look at all this shit. That don't make sense.
In addition to that, she said there was some damage done to the home. You can see we have one of the homeowners trying to fix the...
That's just some fucking candle wax. This place is ruined.
Lock on the doors, as well as this.
I want to see the floors. That's when you really show me the floors and the walls and shit.
Right here, you can see the windows are still boarded up. These are boarded up from the inside.
The best they got is a fucking candle wax. They telling me this whole house is destroyed, and this is the best they got.
A lot of plants here. This is on the side. This whole wall was plants as well. You'll see some more images of what it looked like before. You can see they're also clearing out the upstairs that has a few bedrooms as well. Mr. Romero has not been back to the home today from what I can see. But I would expect.
First of all, the fact that why is the news here? Y'all actually gonna regret the news being here, because if she appeals and sues y'all, she's gonna win, and it's because y'all videotaped yourselves doing this shit. What the fuck is this bitch in the news and shit even doing here? Like, y'all want to be, I would, bro, I promise if I was helping them and I saw the news share like that, I'd be done. Like, no, like, what are we doing? What the fuck are they here for? They're just here to watch us move her shit out. Why? Who invited them here? Tell them to leave.
That the home will be cleared out by the night. There's no light upstairs, so that's why it's gotten a little dark. We can see the rooms. I'm gonna head back down so you can see some light, but these are some of the community members and family members that came to help the homeowners clear out the home. Now, in addition to that ruling, the judge said the homeowners will be entitled to Romero paying their attorney fees, paying for any fees from the home, as well as loss of pay.
Oh, then I would definitely sue them. If the judge ruled all of that, I would sue the shit out of them. Lady, just so you know, if she sues you, you are, bro, when I tell you that you are going to lose and you're going to lose big, listen to me and listen to me good. You're getting ready to lose, and you're getting ready to lose big.
That's if the homeowners decide to continue to pursue that. And of course, there continues to be development in this case, but for now, reporting from Northeast DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News. She should be sending it back like right now.
Who tried to raise, you said the landlord tried to raise 15,000 or 20,000 on GoFundMe. For what? For what? I ain't gonna lie, man. I got a problem with GoFundMe. And it's a personal thing. I had a motherfucker literally change my son's last name to do a GoFundMe in his name. Like, I've seen these things. Like, these motherfuckers, GoFundMe's evil. GoFundMe sounds like some real shit, but overall, my personal opinion of GoFundMe is the shit's evil than a motherfucker. But why do we gotta, bitch, you a homeowner. This is part of homeowning. Like, you feel me? Like, this is what home owning is. It's like this shit right here. Like, I can't even believe this bitch. And guess what? She is a coach for other women to own home.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this. There's no such place. Darkness. Let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know? And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, He would reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
So you a coach. So you out in the field coaching these hoes. Did I get that right? You're out in the field coaching these hoes. Right. And it definitely seems like what you should be doing. Why does this story just keep getting worse for me personally? It just keeps getting worse. But the crazy part is the mainstream, they've already basically decided. Everybody has already decided, like, she's evil, she's bad, she's mean, it's her fault. You know what I mean? The landlord lady's right. This bitch is the worst squatting bitch the world's ever seen. And well, if that's the thing is, you know what the first lesson you teach anybody about business, no matter what field you in? Every boss gotta take a loss. So this shit where you done got, part of the loss with owning a motherfucking property is you may end up doing some shit with a motherfucker and you have to do this eviction shit. While we turn around owe you money for this is crazy. I'm befuddled why this bitch is like she's owed money. She's owed money. But, this is just kind of where we at with it now. You see how shit is. you see how the shit it is. That's why sometimes I'm glad for the reminder to hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Some of y'all may not hit it, and I think we close. I think we close to where we want to be this evening, which is good to see y'all. Can I say I'm officially back? I cannot say I'm officially back yet. That would be improper for me to say in this very moment. But we are trending in the right direction. Today's a very big day today. I want to shout out our visitors that are among us. Yeah, we know you watching. But it's good to see you. Good to have you here. Mark. Looney Tune. Mark. Deanna, your prayer was received. I feel real good today. I know I'm taking like a little pause, but this feels like I need to take a pause. This shit feel weird to me. I ain't been in this spot sitting here like this with y'all. And like, even though it's been like 3 weeks, like I was just coming off of a week after the 3 weeks. It's been a crazy shit. Like, it was, I came back November 24th and then shit started going off the rails immediately. Sheena, what up, though? Shout out to everybody. What up, though? Can we rock? What's up, Doc? Can we rock? What's up, Doc? I'm the hooper, the hyper. Who running to Illinois tonight? Like, what is it tonight? Nigga, I saw Jed was mad about that nigga Jesse Jackson Jr. put that poll up about that nigga. That nigga put that pole up, nigga. Jed was hurt, nigga. Jed, I already know, nigga. I know exactly how you felt.
Big, 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 big,
That motherfucker Jesse Jackson Jr. If y'all hadn't heard about this shit, nigga, Jesse Jackson Jr. dunked all over motherfucking Jed, bro. I mean, it was, nigga, when I tell you this shit was embarrassing. When I tell you this nigga dunked all over Jed, this nigga dunked all over Jed, bro. Jed was just sitting there with the I eat ass face. She said, let me go look. She said, let me go look. Man, I promise you niggas are the worst. Oh, I gotta go see. Y'all be on that. Y'all want to see a dead body? That's what y'all niggas be on. Yeah, and then blocked him on Facebook. First of all, I could have swore I kept telling y'all that Jed ain't connected like y'all be swearing he is. He's just a nuisance. Like any of them people. That's why I was like, first of all, and that's not to say that all of these people don't be crooked in their own ways or whatever. But like I keep telling y'all, he doesn't have the longevity for it. Because he's too much of a hothead and he will blow the spot. Like, you know, it's not to say that people are above doing crime. It's like if you the type of nigga that's you willing to rob banks or whatever with a motherfucker. Well, sometimes when niggas hear that you the type of nigga that anybody say anything, you gonna start shooting people in there. They don't want to rob banks with you because they not trying to catch murders. I'll help you steal this shit, but if you trying to catch bodies, I ain't really. And if you the type where you gonna be getting mad, shooting people over dumbass shit, I don't want to be around that. And that's what it's like dealing with that nigga. He could do some shit where it's like, man, we could use that shit. He could be a good political operative for us. But then the first little thing that pisses him off, he'll get on the internet and commit a felony. Not a good look, granddad. Not a good look. So here we are. Two more likes for 100. We gonna get 100 likes first time on the first joint back? Shit, fuck it. All that dumb shit, I'm with it. How long am I staying? I don't fucking know. I said I was gonna stay for an hour or two. I'm making shit real boring. Sorry, working on my movie intro. Everybody's doing movies. I guess I need to do one eventually. I can't understand $6,000 for a party and only $1,000 for food. What is the other $5,000 going for? Liquor? What? A $6,000 party. I guess I don't even understand. Which I usually don't. Entertainment and decorations. Alrighty. Have fun with that. Have fun with that. Son of a bitch. Let's put a big ass hole in my blunt. Can I fix it is the question. Had to pull some surgery. I didn't do no blunt surgery in a while. See, I'm rusty. Well, it's not like I ain't smoked weed in 3 weeks. On the air, been a while. I know we did the little joint on the news channel. Come on, nigga. Work with me. Hey, I think we did it. Beth was having drive safely. I guess let's continue this foolishness is almost done. Cause they oversold this shit. Man, her motherfucking, she was in shock how tore up this shit was, and then you see it wasn't really tore up at all. All right. I wasn't ready to do that. Let's pull this other shit up. I guess we'll look at this other shit a little bit. Wow, I think I'm gonna go eat me some dinner. Watch me some basketball. Say a couple prayers. Today is a very interesting day. Today's very fun. Shout out to our special guest. I know you're watching. Hope this show is everything you thought it would be. Hemp raps just don't do like blunt raps all the time. Or like blunts, period. Especially like if I put a hole in one. I can just fix and flat the bitch. Miss George, what up, though? It's Clark's party. Stop lying. Bro, man. Look, man, I'm going back on vacation. Now, we got this video courtesy of Berg of this bitch running her mouth because she's a clout demon. Now, I just want to be honest. I don't like to try to judge people by their looks. And when I say judge her by her looks, it's not about whether or not I think she's fine or ugly. That's irrelevant. She looks mean to me. Fellas, I know fellas will definitely feel me more. Fellas, she don't look mean to you? She don't look like she'll catch an attitude with you if you hold the door for her at the gas station when you just generally trying to be nice? I just want to say.
So let's get into the deep.
I just wanted to let you know you was right about Casey's Pizza. Hey man, shout out J-Rock.
Details of what really happened here. I'm going to share as much as I can, just in hopes of shedding some light, answering some questions as to how this really started, what you can do to protect yourself if you're in this situation. And we just going to get into it. As many of you know, it started off as a regular Airbnb reservation. I had this home on Airbnb as a short-term rental for years. So I had it through COVID, so I had people stay in this property for months and months, several months at a time. Dignitaries, political people.
You a lie. Ain't nobody ever stayed in there for months at a time. This was the first time.
People, traveling nurses, people that are displaced, needing somewhere to stay temporarily. So, someone booking the Airbnb for 32 nights and saying that they have a fire was not a red flag to me at the time. I normally didn't host local guests, but there's always exceptions to the rule because people, I noticed in the comment, people saying like Airbnbs are tearing up housing and making housing unavailable for people. But the honest truth is that Airbnb, the way I was doing it, and we want to call it the short-term rental because Airbnb is just a platform, so they really don't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, not with what you got going on, especially.
The short-term rental is actually a good thing. If you are displaced or you have to stay somewhere for an extended period of time, you'd rather stay in a home, especially if you have a family and you have, you know, maybe pets or a large amount of people. Staying in a hotel, even an extended...
Nigga, I'd rather stay in an Airbnb even if I'm only going to be gone for 2 days. That's just me personally.
Stay for months and months on end, it can be a lot. So, you know, offering that as an alternative to someone and giving them somewhere to stay.
Now, if it's some apartment shit like this, I'd rather stay in a hotel. I don't like staying like when I stay at Airbnb, I want to stay in a whole place to myself.
I don't see it as a bad thing, but you know, that's a whole nother conversation. But there was no red flag in the situation, especially when someone...
She did say she had dignitaries staying there.
says that they were displaced from a fire, because I have friends and family who have gone through that and it has taken a toll on them. And even the insurance companies sometimes have reached out to me to be able to see if I have openings for such a thing. So it wasn't really a red flag. Again, looking back, I'm going to do this. What would I have done differently? I probably would have looked up the person, seen if they had any outstanding court records or things like that. But even then, Airbnb does a general background check. I think it's a criminal background check, if I'm not mistaken. I know they don't get into like your credit or anything like that, because it's kind of like if you pay, you stay, as long as you're not a criminal or have a certain level of criminal history. That's pretty much what they're looking for. It's not...
I don't remember them niggas doing no criminal background check on me. I've been staying in Airbnbs for like legit over since they came out. Like, hey Google, when did Airbnb start?
Airbnb was founded in 2007 in San Francisco, and the first official version of their website launched in August 2008.
So yeah, I've been using that shit since then. And you know, I do know that I have a high rating as a guest to where basically I get instantly booked. Yes, Google is now, she is now British, because she has updated to Gemini across the platform now. And Gemini doesn't have the standard Google bitch voice anymore. So yes, we have the British bitch. Commanders and directors of provinces. Here we go.
A credit-based system or something that you would be looking to see. Do you have a 750 credit score to rent?
See, all of this is just so you Hiram was happening, cuz. See, this is all red herring shit. Because while she's sitting here talking about this Airbnb this and do they got background checks and all this, that, and the third. And why did you go off the platform with this bitch when that is like rule number one?
Airbnb. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that, you know, as I said, I had plenty of people stay. I don't know what their history was, what their credit was, but it's always one bad apple that will spoil the bunch, and it's always somebody out there that has bad intentions. But like I said, looking back on it, there were no red flags that this would be anything more than a person who needed somewhere to stay with her child and a dog. It would be a couple of months, maybe tops. Well, I said it was 32 nights in the beginning. But, you know, there was nothing to indicate that this is something that I need to be running. But as we see, I was wrong.
What do you mean, as we see? No, you're going to have to explain. Because now you making it sound like her story, where it's like she said, you just admitted it was going to be a couple months more. So you just admitted that you had an off the platform deal to house this bitch for at least another month with no type of contract or nothing. Stop.
So what happened next is that she asked to extend the reservation because her place wasn't ready. Now, mind you, I'm still thinking she came off of a fire. I had no idea about the evictions or any of that stuff at this point. I'm just thinking it's a lady, her child, her dog. They came from a fire and I'm helping her. That's
You wasn't even, no, that part I don't believe. You were getting paid by her because, I'm going to let you go ahead and dig the hole. I can already see where it's going.
literally what I think. She said she needed to make that.
Oh, shit. The fuck just happened?
Her dog, they came from a fire and I'm helping her. That's literally what I think. She said, the place isn't ready. I still would like to extend the reservation probably for another few weeks or a month. So I'm thinking, again, I don't know how severe the fire was. I don't know anything. I just think I'm helping this lady to have a safe, comfortable place for her and her child and her dog during her awful situation. Because at that point, I was really thinking about how I could help her. Because I know if I was in a fire and I lost, stuff, I would want somebody to be there for me. She never asked for anything. This was just on my heart to do it. So I said, that's fine. Do you want to extend on the app? She said that she had to make the payments on her Amex card because she needed some type of reimbursement for her insurance company. I guess her rental insurance probably was giving her some type of funds for relocation or something, I'm assuming. She said she needed to make the Amex payment on the Amex card. I didn't think nothing of that either at the time because I know people who use their credit cards to make payments to get points and stuff like that. So, for me at that time, there wasn't a really big red flag. She had a situation and I was going to try to help her by providing her somewhere to stay temporarily until the situation resolved itself. She was able.
Hey, Google, does Airbnb take American Express?
Yes, Airbnb accepts American Express credit cards as a payment method in most countries. You'll see all available payment options at checkout.
Again, I've never heard of this. First of all, let's say the Airbnb didn't take American Express, right? Then wouldn't that seem like a red flag to you?
To get back into her place. So we move forward. I tell her it'll be $100 a night. She said she needed the invoices. Of course, I have the business because the property is a business. So I was able to provide her with invoices and receipts.
You was charging this bitch $100 a day for this? And you cut that Airbnb fee all.
So I extended the reservation for another month. The end of that month, she said she still needed to extend, but she extended, she paid. That was fine. Fast forward to June. So she made the payments seamlessly through June. June comes, I'm asking her about extending and about the payment. She goes unresponsive. So she doesn't respond for several days. I'm like, hello, status update, asking her what's going on. Finally, she sends back that she lost her phone, lost her wallet. So she just got back online, asked me to use email to send the invoice because she doesn't always have access to her phone. So at this point, I was like, well, how long do you expect to be until you get back into your place? At this point, this is in June, she tells me, no, I'm not going back to my place. I'm buying a house. So I would need the rental to at least September, October at the very latest. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. She pays late. Again, even with the wallet thing, the previous months, I hadn't really had any issues or dealings with her other than outside of small maintenance items or something like that. So it wasn't like a big red flag that she went non-responsive, but it was the beginning of a pattern. I extended the reservation for the next amount of time. She said she would say maybe a month or whatever, if it was 31 days in a month or maybe 32 days since she had paid. So we did it like that. Go to June. No, June. So we got through June, although the payment was late with the misplaced wallet and the phones that she didn't have. She did make the payment, not that much late, maybe 7 or some days because
Okay, you kind of talking in circles.
Deal is with the Airbnb payments or the short-term rental payments, they need to be in advance. So I wouldn't care if she would have paid 1 week in advance, 2 weeks in advance, but you need to be paying $100 a night in advance. We shouldn't be playing catch up because then we're in another situation. So we need to be paying in advance. We've been doing July.
See, I told you, I can hear it in her voice. She's sitting here. She's overcharging the shit out of this. She's literally predatory. She's on some predatory shit with this chick. She want to make y'all think, oh, I only did this out of the kindness of my heart so I can help this lady and her child, and that's why I did all of this. Then you turn around and you hearing that she charging her $100 a night, talking about it need to be paid in advance, all this shit. That's $3,000 a month for this spot. And this hoe talking about she need a GoFundMe. That's why she try to oversell. Oh, I'm so shocked about what the place looks like. I'm sure you are.
Comes, she sends me these screen recordings of her trying to make the payments with the Amex card. The Amex card is not going through. She sends me a confirmation number that the payment went through that I did not get. I called PayPal to see if the payment went through. They have no record of the payment. So I'm like, what's going on? They don't have this number that you gave me is not a reference number that PayPal has. Then she says her Amex card is on hold because the payment is pending. She needs to wait for it to drop off. I then say, well, it's not, whether you pay on an Amex card or however, you need to make the payment. You need to switch payment methods if this isn't working because I need the money. Like, you can't just pay whenever you want. We have to stay on the schedule.
But how is there a schedule when you tried to tell them? The whole story is that everybody's running with. Like, look, and how I've seen everybody report this shit, I gotta be honest, man. Like, if I am the DC squatter lady, I'm suing the shit out of this lady for defamation. And she'll win. Because everybody's been running with the story that this bitch bought an Airbnb for 32 days and then didn't pay no money forever. Now she's admitting to all of it.
So she finally does make the payment again. So now we're paying catch up. In my mind at that time, she had said up until September or October, she would be out. So I'm like, hopefully we can just get through this and be done with it. August comes, no payment again. Responsive. Then when she finally does begin to respond, she's going to make the payment, but it doesn't come through. Then she has this emergency death in her family. She has to go and tend to out of the country because she's the only person in her family who can bury this aunt. And, you know, she's literally telling me, I'm at the funeral home now. Why she's not paying me anything.
She's at the funeral home now while she's not paying me anything. Like, I told y'all, everything I said, we now hearing it. She heard this bitch went out the country. She didn't believe why she went out the country, so she turned up.
And I look on her social media pages, which
cares, welcome back,
was open at the time, and she's in Mexico, Puerto Rico at the Bad Bunny concert. I look back on the rest of her social media. She had been at the Breezy Bowl. She had been in Jamaica. She had been in Mexico. She's living this life, but every month with me, there's a situation where you don't have a phone, you lost your wallet, your card won't go through. So this established the pattern that I was now able to see in August. So I said, listen, you're either going to make the payment or you're going to have to leave. You pay and stay, or if you don't, that's kind of where we were in August. And then it was the setup for what was to come. So by the end of September, she had made the partial payment online and then had to borrow the money from a family member. This is what she said, to pay the cash, to pay in cash.
How do you have all these stories of payment when this bitch was never paying for shit and just squatting? This is where I'm just confused. So you just admitted that from the time the Airbnb ended until August, she was paying you. This is what you just admitted. She was paying you, okay? And then she tells you that shit came up in August. And you weren't trying to hear none of that shit. Because the money was late. Now we playing catch up. How are we playing catch up when she's a fucking squatter? Yeah, I would appeal this shit and play this video. Like, she's admitting to y'all that I was her fucking tenant.
She did, eventually. October 1st comes. Mind you, she's still running with the story about the aunt who she's recovering the funds from the funeral. October comes, no payment. I'm texting, where's the payment? Where's the payment? I'm going to make the payment. I'm going to the bank to get the payment. I'm like, why are you going to the bank to get the payment? You can make the payment online. Now, all of a sudden, her cards are compromised. She can't use any cards anymore. She can't use any PayPal, Cash App, Apple Pay. She can't do anything. She can only...
Why don't you... Where are the screenshots of the things she did send you? Why, bro, y'all niggas are the worst. Like, it. Y'all know how I get down. And I hate watching this shit where it's like two sides of people swearing they got all the evidence. And it's like, yeah, I know y'all got it. Why ain't y'all showing it?
Get cash.
Neither side is showing evidence.
She said she was going to get the cash. Then she sends a message and says her daughter's car got towed, so she wasn't able to get to the bank in time. Mind you, I'm thinking, okay, this is the last month, because back in June when we said September, latest is October. So I'm saying at this point, this is the last month. I'm telling her this. I had already given her a vacate notice in September because every time she would be late.
How are you giving somebody a vacate notice when they're not a tenant? Oh, this judge might have fucked up really bad.
And non-responsive, I would send her a vacate notice, and then she would try to catch the payment up. So this time I said, listen, we're not going to extend any further. In the original thing, the latest you said out of your mouth, and I had it in writing, was October. So to that end, we're going to end this situation. So if you want to make the payment for October, make it, or you can vacate the premises now, because I am not going to continue going on through this, because again, it was creating a lot of stress for me. It's way more back and forth that I even ever want to have to deal with on a regular basis. Someone with all these problems, I'm going to do it today, and then you don't do it, and you following up. So now at this point, she's supposedly going to get the money from the bank. It doesn't happen. She sent this message, said her daughter's car locked up and it got towed and the bank closed. Then she still says she's going to make the payment. But then miraculously, she stops communicating again. Then a few days later, 5 days later, she comes back into the text because I sent another vacate notice. I used to send a vacate notice immediately along with the 30-day notice. Because
how are you sending notices to a bitch who ain't a tenant? And this hoe sitting here telling y'all she need $20,000. For what? You've already made more than you should have made. You ain't do no maintenance on the house, nothing. You over here tearing up your own property. You cutting off your nose to spite your face. Boarding up shit, fucking your own shit up. Who knows what you did to the power box? Because obviously it was something you couldn't just turn back on because y'all would have turned it on.
Because of the laws regarding 30-day notices, which we'll get into at the end of this. But I sent both notices, and I'm like, I'm not going through this. You cannot continue to stay in the property without paying. This is very simple. Pay and stay, or if you don't, you have to go. So next, she says, after she disappeared for about 4 or 5 days, she comes back onto the text and says her daughter stole the money. She gave her daughter the money. She was going out of town to decompress from her death in her family. That I found out was not correct. And that she gave her daughter the cash. She thought her daughter was going to deposit it in the bank, but the daughter stole the money. She goes into this big long story about how she beat up her daughter.
how come ain't no side showing no? Because you know why ain't no side showing evidence? Because both sides is lying, unfortunately. What kind of mother are you to have your child in a level of instability of a month-to-month situation where you owing $100 a fucking day, bro? And then how did you expect this bitch to ever get out of your spot and you charging her this much money?
The daughter called her brother, thought the brother was going to help her cover up the payment. I mean, the story was more than I could even take on. And at that point, I'm like, listen, I don't want to know. You're not paying. You have to go. That was just really that on that. Next thing I know, she has turned the power on in her name, in her daughter's name. So I turned the power off and turned it back into my name. She goes to court and files a restraining order on me because for all of you all who said turn the power off, turn utilities off, it's actually illegal to do so.
But you did it twice.
This the kidnappers again.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
But you did it twice. So for those of y'all be saying just turn the power off, what y'all don't even know is it's illegal to do that shit. So why'd you do it then, bitch? You can't even make this shit up, bro. You can't even make this up. You turned the power off twice. And you knew it was illegal. Okay, yeah. Sue her. Hey, DC squatter, your reputation done. But you can get some get back, though. Sue the shit out of her, bro. Sue her. You got an airtight case.
But I turned it off because she was trying to, I'm assuming at the time.
But I turned it off. What?
Try to get some bills into her name. So we go to court. I speak to my attorney who said, turn the power off, turn utilities off. It's actually illegal to do so. But I turned it off because...
Nigga, I never put my feet on Eddie Murphy couch, nigga. Why would I ever do some shit like that? Like, what the fuck would I ever do some shit? Yeah, I remember putting my feet on Eddie Murphy couch.
She was trying to, I'm assuming at the time, try to get some bills into her name. So we go to court. I speak to my attorney. My attorney lets me know that to try to work something out with her because he sees the pattern. She is trying to attempt to gain some type of tenancy here. So
no, she already has it. What do you mean? See, this is the shit that makes me laugh at y'all. You talk about how y'all had agreements, a rental agreement, all this shit. See, I told you, this bitch, that's how she's dirty. That's why she wanted to do this shit off the books like this. Because she wants to maintain, she don't like renters laws. She would prefer people stay in her place off the books like this. So she can stay on their head about money, overcharge them the rate, and then the moment she's tired of them, she'll just kick you out at the drop of a dime. Because all of this shit she's explaining what the rules of her being a tenant was and how long she expected her to be a tenant and all this shit. Then when this bitch is like, why you just cut the lights off on a motherfucker? Because I want you out. Nigga, you can't just kick me out like this. Now she want to play like she a tenant. Nigga, what the fuck you mean? I was charging them $100 a day out of the kindness of my heart to stay in this bando.
That I can't ask her to leave. Mind you, we're on the Airbnb. We were doing short-term rental. The night.
That was months ago, bitch. Airbnb ain't got nothing to do with this.
She now is trying to convert that because she's been there for some months.
No! What you trying to pull, I see what you trying to pull, where it's like, if she had motherfucking hit Airbnb up for like 3-4 months through them extending, and then you decided you didn't want to extend no more and get her out of there, then she's like, I'm a tenant now. I can see your argument then, where you like, Airbnb, y'all did this shit. Why would y'all let her extend for 4 months knowing that would make her a tenant, and then now this shit on me? But that ain't what happened. And anybody that's used Airbnb more than once or twice, no. They tell you several times, do not talk to each other off the app. Because of shit like this. Like, stop, man.
Into a tenant situation. In that court filing in October, she requested that the court require me to allow her to participate in the emergency rental program that the District of Columbia has. As I instructed my attorney, I'm not participating in any rental program because I'm not her landlord. I don't wish to be her landlord. I made it very clear.
Nigga, that's not how that shit works. You took money for this bitch to stay there. You were her landlord. When you was calling, asking about your bread, you was calling as her landlord. So what were you to her? If you wasn't the landlord, then what are you to her? This is crazy.
That at the end of our short-term rental agreement would end because of the instability, the dishonesty, all of the games that were being played. At that point, I didn't want anything to do with it. You couldn't have paid me $100,000 for her to stay in the property with all of the amount of stress.
You a motherfucking lie. You asking for $20,000. You said all the stress, you wouldn't have took $100,000, but then you literally got to go fund me where for all the stress you want $20,000. Bitch, I already caught you wanting 80 cents on the dollar, or motherfucking 20 cents on the dollar. Black Pearl was happening.
And going back and forth and trying to get payments and all of the confusion that was going on. I don't operate like that. I didn't want that in my life. So we go to court. My lawyer advises me to try to come up with an agreement with her because she's trying to flip this thing into a landlord situation. And if DC's tenant laws that are apparently DC has the worst landlord, they're most tenant friendly, which means they're not landlord friendly in the country. So if she's able to flip this into that, this can drag on for years and I won't have any recourse. So we entered into an agreement where she admitted that she was not a tenant. She acknowledged that she was an Airbnb guest, a short-term rental. She agreed to leave with, I was to give her $2,500 to be able to relocate, offer to waive 45 nights, which is $100 a night. So that's $4,500 to waive those fees. So waive $4,500, give her $2,500. She admits she's not a tenant. She has no rights.
So you knew that you fucked up. So you tried to give her $2,500 so she could keep you from getting in trouble now. Out of the... You went from pressing this bitch on the phone to now all of a sudden you get to talking to your lawyer. You like, oh nigga, I might have fucked up. Look, I'll wait 45 days to give you $2,500. That deal in itself sounds illegal. I don't even know if she could legally do that. This is crazy.
And she acknowledges that she will withdraw all lawsuits, pending, current, or future. And I thought, okay, I'm very relieved. Even though I'm taking a loss here, it's a business. Sometimes in business, you lose and sometimes you win. So I was willing to take the loss just to get rid of her, get rid of this situation. Okay, so we're entered into the agreement. The agreement is in the court record from the hearing that we had in October. So I'm thinking everything's straight. We just need to wait the time out. So the time goes on. About a week before the 15th of November, which is the move out date, she says, you know, I may not be able to move on the 15th because I'm having trouble finding somewhere to go. So I just responded and said, unfortunately, we can do no more extending. We're going to adhere to the agreement. There's been no payment received, obviously. And at that...
Why would there be a payment received? Okay, you got it.
At that point, I didn't want a payment from her anyway.
Oh my God.
I just wanted her to be out. And so she says, I'm trying to get into a program and that may be on the 20th of November and all of this. And I said, listen, you have already received $4,500 worth of free stay.
That's no. We're not doing that shit. This voucher program shit you trying to do. We're not doing that either.
You are to receive $2,500 in physical money to be able to relocate. So if that's not enough, you know, I don't really know what to tell you. I'm all out of options for you. So to that note, I said I'm not able to go against the agreement. I'm adhering to the agreement. She didn't respond on a couple of days.
Okay, but let me ask you something. Let's say her shit really did fall through. The whole reason these laws are in place like this is to ensure that people have maximum ability to transition to somewhere else and not just make people homeless, especially people with kids. You just said this chick was paying you $100 a day to stay there, okay? That means you was making, we'll just round it at $3,000 a month. From March to what, October to September. March to September, you was making $3,000 a month for this bullshit spot. That means you made like 18 bands, bro. And the chick is like, I accept, because the whole reason you gave her this deal to leave up out of there is because you wanted her out, and the way you was trying to put her out, you realized you did the shit illegally. So now you try to bribe her or whatever. So even though you try to get her to sign a thing that says she's not a tenant, that's not a real thing. That's not something that can be recognized in court, because it's not up to her if she's considered a tenant or not. It's the situation. And the chick tells you, yeah, I'm moving. This fell through. I just need a little more time. And you just like, no, get out. So if I'm in a situation where that's happening to me and I'm with my child, do I go to the courthouse and try to get the court to step in as me being a tenant, or do I just go homeless? Serious question. Do I just go homeless? Because when we talking fight or flight, then I definitely understand from a fight or flight standpoint, where it's like, bro, I'm not just going to go be homeless because you mad.
Days before, so around the 13th, I sent her an email and a text message and said, what time are we to meet on Saturday, which was the 15th, so that I could give you your payment and ensure that the property is in the correct condition and that you are all moved out. It took her a long time to respond. Then she responds via email and says that unfortunately, the agreement that we entered into does not meet her permanent needs and provide her with a permanent solution. So she will not be vacating the premises, and that she is in fact a tenant in the District of Columbia. And despite the fact that she waived her tenant rights in that former agreement, she is not adhering to that at all. She is going to the DC ERAP program, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and I need to do whatever I need to do via the courts to get her out. And the end of the email was, and you have an amazing weekend. And that is where this went completely left.
I mean, boy, you kind of pushed her to this, though. Why are you acting like you didn't push her to this? You know good and well you was overcharging this mug. You know good and damn well you was overcharging this motherfucker to stay there. You made all types of bank. And then towards the end, she started to fizzle out a little bit. She sit here wanting you to believe that she really need this money and need this and need that. When it's like, nigga, you been booked up in that spot for months straight making $100 a day. So you didn't need shit. You was just fine.
Because that is where this went completely left.
No, it went left before that. I truly feel that you pushed her. You pushed her towards this where it's like, what I'm gonna do, just go out in the cold and be homeless because all of a sudden this bitch being mean or whatever. Like I said, I feel like all sides are wrong. She knew what she knew what she was doing. She was just being extra petty with it. That's why she want to bring up shit where it's like, I was looking on her social media and I saw that she went to the Bad Bunny concert. What did I tell y'all? I told you that's what she did. She saw her motherfucker doing some shit and she ain't like it, so she came up with her own story, and then that's when she went cutting off lights and all types of shit.
Because as I spoke to her and told her, you're not going to stay in my property for free. That property has a $4,000 mortgage on it, plus utilities.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness. Let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know? And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
So you was taking $1,000 loss every month?
I'm paying out the cap.
You were taking $1,000 loss every month? You a motherfucker. First of all, that shit ain't $4,000 a month. Where the fuck is that shit at, on K Street? That shit ain't no damn $4,000 a month. Give a fuck where they at, nigga. This look like one of them row houses out of the wire, nigga. This shit is not no $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month, and then you want me to believe you had this bitch paying you $3,000 a month when the mortgage on this motherfucker is $4,000 before utilities. So you was just forking up an extra. You a motherfucking lie, bro. You was a motherfucking lie. And you the real estate guru that's gonna put people on and shit. You got motherfuckers out here taking less rent than you pay for the fucking mortgage. And like, I just can't. Lying ass motherfucker gonna say 4K. Stop. Stop it.
I can't afford to pay your bills or pay somewhere for you to stay. I already at that point had taken just a $4,500 loss plus legal fees because
that's not a loss.
She had already filed that court filing previously, so I had to have an attorney represent me for that. And I already was, if you think about the numbers, I was charging her $100 a night. The mortgage on the property is $4,000. That's only $3,000 for every 30 days. So I'm already running a deficit.
Why would you do this? Why? This word makes no sense to me. You are a motherfucking lie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. If she want to be mad at me, she can be mad, man. But this hoe is lying.
That's not her issue. I didn't bring it to her attention. That was a business decision that I made. But at that point, I wasn't able to take care of you or let you stay there for free. And I was astounded at the audaciousness of this particular email.
Audacity. You know what? You got it.
Because it just went. How do you go to court, make an agreement, and then just decide that it doesn't work for you, and now it's on me? But
that's called the law. That's like when that's like a motherfucker crying about somebody signing an NDA, and then they wouldn't tell, but it's because the NDA wasn't valid. She knew that the shit that she wrote wasn't valid. That's why she told you that. How you gonna renege on our illegal agreement?
That shows you the integrity of a person and how did they move in life. And again, at this point, I hadn't done any digging. I didn't look her up in case search because I'm thinking we have an agreement. You're out. I have a whole life that I live on a regular basis. You know, so my days were not consumed with her and whatever personal problems that she had. I thought, you know, we had a business situation. We resolved it. We take the hit and we move on.
Right.
But she decided that she was not going to adhere to the agreement via email. I waited for the 15th to come and go because she had until midnight on the 15th. The 16th, I get up. I take the agreement that I have that is listed in the court docket. I pull the court record and print that out. I print the move out agreement and I go to the police station, the 5th District Police Station. I tell them, listen, I have a situation with a trespasser because at this point she signed away any tenant rights in that could have been implied by the DC.
That's not how that works, you dummy. She wants y'all to side with her because she's like, well, I made her sign away her tenants' rights. Do you know how fucking of a slumlord that makes you sound? Your math ain't mathing, and you a fucking slumlord.
See, regulations. She signed that away. And
she can't sign it. This is like a motherfucker saying that somebody signed away their First Amendment right. You can't really sign away your rights, nigga. Not like this. Arbitrary purposes and shit, but like in a situation like this, she can't, y'all can't, it's illegal for y'all to have such an agreement. So for you to like be out here like admitting this shit crazy to me. Because the agreement in itself is like some illegal shit, girl.
Court, and I have this document that's entered in the court record. If you look at the court docket, it's on the court docket. So it's not just a random paper that I could have even made up if I wanted to.
You entered this as evidence? Hey, this judge might have a problem. Like, yeah, you gonna lose on appeal. And I would sue the shit out of you.
And so I take it to the police station and they go to the house with me. They tell me, we don't do evictions. I said, yeah, I understand you don't do evictions, but this is not an eviction because she's not a tenant. She is a short-term rental guest who has made no payment at this point for 46 nights. We have an agreement entered into the court, and I just need you to let her know she needs to leave. They go into the property. ask her to leave. She says no, and they tell me that there's nothing that they can do, despite me having this document that clearly states she's not a tenant. And these
document, that's why she wants to lean on that document, because she knows what the law says. She know what the law says. She fucked up. This is a big ass mistake. And you got off right now, but I'd be worried, because if she double back and sue you, she's gonna win. Right. Like this whole thing where you like, well, she signed that she wasn't a tenant. Like, that's not what they define it by. They have them tenant laws in place so shyster ass slumlords like you can't come up with loopholes and shit like this. Oh no, she signed away her rights. That type of shit, you can sneak in a motherfucking lease if you doing shit like that. We've seen leases and how thorough and fine print a lease is. Yeah, and that motherfucker, they'll sneak some shit like that in there. And you are, bro, do you know how common that would be in a lease? Where it's like, we gonna give you this deal if you agree that you not a tenant. And all that does is give you rights as a fucking landlord to do illegal shit. Because that's all you want. That's why you need that paper to matter. So that way you can validate all the fucking illegal shit you did. Where you like, well, it would only be illegal if she's a tenant, and she's not a tenant. That's why you so hung up on that. You've already admitted, since we've been watching, oh yeah, well, it's illegal for you to turn the power off on a motherfucker, but you did it twice.
See, police tell me that she is in fact a tenant and I need to go to tenant landlord court. And I'm saying, well, why would I need to go to tenant landlord court when I have a document that states that you're not a tenant that you signed in a court?
Cause that's not a legal document, bitch. What don't you get? She's sitting here telling the police know what they gotta have. The police know what they gotta have to make her leave out of here. You ain't got it. You giving them something else that they ain't ever heard of before. And you sitting here trying to act confused and befuddled that these niggas, these niggas ain't sitting here going for whatever thing you talking about. Stop it, man.
So this is already starting off backwards. So I said, well, that's fine. Okay, she's not leaving, then I'm gonna go in and stay with her. I heard a lot of you say, I'll go in and stay. I would have been in the house.
So you mean to tell me that you taking advice on how to handle this from niggas on TikTok?
Lord Jesus.
I heard a lot of y'all say this. So I went ahead, nigga. And y'all all out here drumming on the DC squatter, and we need to be talking about this bitch, the DC slumlord.
I walk in the house. I said, well, that's fine. Okay, she's not leaving, then I'm gonna go in and stay with her. I heard a lot of you say, I'll go in and stay. I would have been in the house. I walk in the house.
So you got a lawyer, but you listening to the niggas in the comments. This is such a serious issue. I love y'all to death. Serious life issues, I don't think about what y'all think. I know some of you are shocked right now. This is a serious, like an issue regarding the channel. Yeah, I'd say something to y'all because y'all have some experience of being around this shit. You know what I mean? We talking about shit like, I'm a fucking landlord, possibly could get myself in trouble, get myself sued, any fucking thing, and I'm getting advice from my TikTok comments? Mind you, this bitch, I guarantee, before this video, nobody's ever knew who the fuck she was or cared.
I tell her, this is not going to go down like this. You can't stay in the property for free. I sit on the couch. The police literally come into the house and threaten to lock me up if I don't leave the premises because she has rights.
But you trying to say she don't because she signed them away. But she signed her rights away to me. Yes. And so basically she's showing the police proof that she is illegally renting a place to somebody. She's so stupid. Like, she's not even like paying attention to what, like, she's going to get herself in trouble. Excuse me. She gonna get herself in trouble with some of this goofy ass shit.
So now here we are. She's in the property, not made a payment. DC Police Department has determined that they're not going to assist me with this because now it's what they want to call a civil matter. I cannot gain access into the property if she doesn't choose to, according to MPD. But I do recognize and ask the law enforcement officials about my rights as a property owner, because at that point, I'm like, she can't have all the rights and I don't have any rights. So
she can't have, this is the argument that the landlord is having. You should, I tell you niggas to read fine print, bro. And the amount of big shit people be involved in and don't know the laws and what they are even doing always baffles me. This bitch is a landlord and has no idea about landlord and tenant rights.
What rights do I have? I have the right to maintain my property. I have the right to all exterior of the property. I have the right to have my cameras and my security equipment functioning and operable. I have the right, the house is in DC, so it backs to an alley. She had her cars parked back there. I have the right to the alley. I don't have to provide her the alley access. So at that point, I started really figuring out how I'm going to assert my rights, since she's
AKA, I'm going to start fucking with her. When you didn't have to, quote unquote, assert your rights, all you had to do was go down to the fucking courthouse and get her ass put out. It wasn't even going to be all that hard. You decided to do all this extra stupid shit first.
Asserting her rights. I also get my attorney to file an emergency order to try to get her out of the property the other way. My attorney then informs me that we're going to do it based on this contract, but this agreement, the move out agreement, but there's a strong likelihood again, because again, DC is extremely tenant friendly, that they may not honor this contract and they may very well make her a tenant, which is what she's banking on and what she's trying to do.
So you do get it. So you get how this is your fault. She said she was going to get out, but she needed a little more time to get out. You said, no, just get the fuck out. And she's like, look, I don't have to get out. I'm trying to get out to be nice, but if you want to be this way, then we can go through the proper channels to get me put out as a tenant, but you're not just getting ready to put me out on the fucking street. And then this bitch go, instead of her going downtown, she's trying to figure out the laws to see how she can fuck with her. You know, like, oh, getting her car towed out of the alley, putting that fucking sign up, all this other shit. Go to the courthouse. But she knew she was on bullshit. She didn't want to get the courts involved. That's why she tried to shame her up out of there. Let me shame you up out of here. She got lucky in the court, and it might get overturned too.
This is when I began to look into her and come to find out that upon her reservation with me, she was evicted.
Irrelevant. And here, well, no, it is relevant. Let me tell you how it's relevant. What was the process that she went through when she got kicked out of her last place? It don't matter. You think that shit matters? You think because you've had previous evictions that when the next eviction happened, you don't get the laws of rights afforded to you? No, you still get them again. You still got to go through the same process again.
5 days before her reservation with me from a place that she moved into and paid 1 month's rent and lived for 13 months for free. She used that ERAP program.
How the fuck did she pay 1 month of rent and live there 13 months for free when you just told us out of your own fucking mouth she been paying you? And the only reason she hadn't paid you, and then you lied about that shit where it's like, you told them, oh, she ain't paid rent in 45 days. No, that ain't the same thing. You don't get to give her 45 days credit and then flip that around and be like, oh, no, you need to tell them that, yeah, she was staying here for free for 45 days. When you say that she been staying here for 45 days without paying rent, that make it seem like she's squatting. Man, this bitch, she trifling.
To try to delay eviction. Then when she actually was evicted in December, a fire started only in her unit in that building. Then I learned that prior to that eviction and situation, she stayed somewhere else for another 8 months without paying and ended up owing them $36,000. She owed them $36,000. She owed the place that she came to me right before, she owed them almost $50,000. I learned.
So she owed $80,000 across 2 places? That don't even, no. She owed an apartment $80,000? Wait, time out. How do you run up an $80,000 bill with an apartment? You checked her shit and you saw the 80 racks. Okay, I got you.
That she had a name change.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gardis Watts.
At some point, and her previous name, she also had multiple lawsuits. She had been affiliated with other eviction proceedings and just a whole host of all this stuff. So now
you trying to muddy the pool.
I am in complete panic mode because now I see I'm dealing with somebody that is a professional. This is what they have done. This is what they do. So now I really have to sit and try to make some type of plan on how I'm not going to let this happen to me.
Go to court and evict her. Why is she See, she's trying to take this she wants you to be like, she ain't have no way to get her out. I had to turn up. No, all you had to do if she wanted to play that shit, girl, we talking about the difference of a couple of weeks. All of this shit could have been avoided if you would have just been willing to chill for a couple weeks. This is part of the game where it's like, you want them out? All right, you want her out now? Well, you can't put her out now. She told you she would get out, but you trying to play hard, but you trying to play slick with her, and then what happened was you tried to intimidate her, and then you found out she couldn't be intimidated and knew the law. And that frustrated you. That's why you trying to be like, oh, and then you go ahead and you finally admit what I said was that the court probably gonna throw that damn contract out because you can't have a motherfucker sign away their fucking renter rights.
Because the thing about it is this, I worked hard my whole life. Nobody has...
Like, how the fuck would $80,000 in unpaid rent not be mentioned?
...given me anything. And I tell you all, when you all were making those comments about... beating up somebody, taking the law into your own hands, I would be lying to you if I didn't tell you that that's how I felt.
Oh my God. Social media gonna be the death of so many of you niggas.
You know, I've made a good life for myself over the last 20, 30 years. But before that, I was a fighter. I had to fight my whole life to try to get something, do something.
All my life I had to fight. Here we fucking go.
Nobody gave me anything or handed anything to me. I never stole nothing from nobody. And anybody on these comments who knows me personally knows that I have a big heart and will help. And the sad part about it,
for $100 a day,
her situation is, what she doesn't know is I intended on giving her all the furniture out of the property because
ooh, because you was gonna take her money and buy some new furniture, nigga. This bitch is just full of convenience favors, bro.
Again, I'm under the impression that you came from a fire. I intended on giving her a little bit of extra money so that she and her child could have a fresh start.
But she played me, so I called CPS and tried to get that kid taken away.
Because that's where my heart lies. I have a strong sense about right and wrong and about homelessness. I've been homeless. My father was homeless when I was coming up. So I'm not insensitive to all of the struggles that we go through, but that never gave me the right or authority to take from anybody or to manipulate a situation or operate in wrongdoing just to try to get gain for myself. I truly believe she may have a hardship, but it may be self-imposed based on all of the things that you've done to get yourself there. And you should never take advantage of another person. I'm not suggesting that anybody should take advantage of an apartment complex. But the reality is apartment complexes are owned by millionaire, billionaire type of corporations.
Lord Jesus.
They have lawyers on deck. They can afford for somebody to live in a place for 13 months for free, and it's not going to cripple their building and their.
And that's never, like, what are you talking about? But you know what none of them big ass companies are going to do? They're never going to do none of this shit off the books. That's where you fucked up.
Portfolio of real estate. But a person, an individual person who tried to be good to you and extend grace and kindness to you.
For $100 a day.
For you to take that kindness for weakness and then try to take advantage of a situation.
That's not, no, you the one that tried to, remember, she wants you to take her as kind, but what she wants you to be mad at the DC squatter about is when I tried to put her on the fucking street, she wouldn't let me put her on the street and went and claimed that she had tenant rights. You can't have it both ways. Are you this sweet caring person? Because if you are, then what are you mad at? Then why would she have to go down there to invoke her tenant rights and file an emergency restraining order to get the power turned back on if you all this big-hearted person you say you are? Stop.
I wasn't going to have it. I was going to stand for everything that I can do within my rights. And that's where the fight really began, because the police were not helping. The original court date that I got when I first filed was February the 20th, which would have been November, December, January, February. 4 months from the original date of the infraction of where she breached the order. And actually then 5 months from payment for a $4,000 a month mortgage.
Your math ain't mathing.
This is crippling to people. And it should never, ever, no one should ever be able to do that. And the fact that someone would try to do that.
This is where I'm like, you lying about it, because your whole play was that GoFundMe. This is why you over-exaggerating all this shit, in my opinion. I ain't got much left to hear from you, lady. I'm getting ready to go eat dinner. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't burning myself out. I ain't done this in a while.
To somebody that's their fellow brethren who it was kind to them, it is deplorable. So now is when I'm trying to figure out how to enforce my rights.
No. This is definitely where I'm done listening to you. I'm glad you hit a break point right there. Because you overselling this shit. Hold on, I'm going to pull this GoFundMe up right quick, though. Stop. You thought you was getting ready to get on, didn't you, bitch? $80, nigga. $80.
I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
This bitch is asking for $20,000. For what? I am reaching out for help after a prolonged and exhausting legal battle with squatters who occupied my property. This situation has forced me to take on significant legal costs, which you won in court, make urgent property repairs, invest in security measures. What? And cover ongoing expenses while trying to sell the property. The process has been overwhelming. So you want us to give you $20,000 to help you sell a house? The shit y'all get on the internet and ask for be blowing my mind. This process has been overwhelming, both emotionally and financially, and I'm still working to recover and stabilize my life. Oh my God. The impact of this ordeal has been profound. I've experienced ongoing stress, anxiety attacks, sleepless nights, and mounting financial pressure from legal fees, repairs, and lost income. But the repairs, you was the one fucking up your own shit. All during an already difficult economic climate. Oh my God. While the situation is slowly improving, and she wants you to believe that she's really getting crippled by this economy and she owns multiple homes. While the situation is slowly improving, the journey to recovery continues, and I am doing my best to rebuild my well-being and financial stability. Oh my word. I am used to helping others, so this is a difficult place to be. Your support means everything to me during this season. Every donation, prayer, and share feels like God reminding me that I am not alone and that it's okay to lean on others when the weight becomes heavy. I don't understand what's going on here. Your generosity helps lift the burden, and I've been carrying for far too long, and allows me to move forward with healing, peace, and stability. I am deeply grateful for every person who feels led to stand with me. Thank you for being part of my village and for helping carry me through this season. May God bless you for every seed you sow. Looking ahead, I am committed to taking on the laws around squatting and tenants by advocating, oh my Lord, know when that word come up, advocating for everyday people. My hope is that by sharing my story and fighting for change, I can help protect others from facing similar hardships in the future. Bitch, don't nobody need to give you fucking $20,000 when you was making $100 a day. And this was your second GoFundMe? And here's the fucking crazy part. She, like, when that news chick was like, oh, she said she was shocked when she came in and saw the place all tore up. That place was not tore up. Ask some landlords what shit be looking like. Wouldn't it be so bad that you don't give a fuck you get to keep the deposit because it's that bad? Conscious? Hashtag conscious was right. This shit crazy. And she want me to believe that she had a deal where she was taking $3,000 on some shit she paid $4,000 on before. The mortgage is $4,000, so that ain't even utilities. So she paying more than $4,000 and only taking $3,000 from her. Stop. That don't even make no damn sense. You was doing some shit that kind, but you was taking that type of loss. But when the bitch was like, I need just like another week or two, you like, nah, get the fuck out. And then this bitch goes, well, I don't have nowhere to go, so I'm going to have to invoke my rights as a tenant. You're not no tenant. I made you sign your rights away because out of the kindness of my heart. Now she deleted everything when they started stitching her videos. Well, bro, she's a scam artist. They deserve each other in a way. Like, she went off the grid. She had no business going off the grid like that. She had no business going off the grid like that. But what she do? TK 3-time, what's happening? I think Shay getting ready to get down the road. I don't know if I'm gonna be here tomorrow, honestly. I just gotta see how shit play out. Tomorrow's gonna be a pretty fun day for me anyway. Great to see everybody. What's today? Today's Wednesday. Yeah. Tomorrow's Thursday already. Christmas is what, next week, basically, right? What's today? So Christmas is 8 days from today, right? Christmas is next Thursday. Christy's done at the office. I think football done and school after this week. I'm just done. I'm just trying to get the total go ahead. Man, it's stuff we got to talk about as far as the channels and shit go, but we'll get there when we get there. Tonight I just wanted to come out and be real boring. It felt good to come sit here for 4 hours. It didn't feel like, I thought I was only going to sit here for like an hour or two, which, you know, I tend to say a lot. But truly, this one I thought I was going to be out. But now I'm getting ready to be out here shortly. Shout out to everybody that hit the cup, man. Much appreciated. I ain't never missed like a month of work. This shit's terrible. And Tommy, I got you here in a minute. Make sure y'all watch Conscious. I think Conscious got a video coming up. I should be over there for that. Share what's happening. Cares, peace indeed. I guess say goodnight to your boy. Napper, Cher, Kendra, motherfucking Tommy.
Got the cap.
Janice, Bob, man, Janice, I'm so happy to be sitting in this chair. Scott Johnson, Javon Barksdale, man. Shout out to Javon Barksdale, man. Because once I figure out how to get this motherfucking Dreamcast shit popping on through the computer, like I gotta play some Crazy Taxi on this motherfucking show. TK 3-time, J-Rock. Shout out to KS Dub. He popped in for a second. Rhonda was in the bushes and whatnot. Big shout out to everybody that's in the bushes. I ain't seen y'all niggas in a minute. So shout out to y'all, my third shifters, my workers, my second shifters right now. Third shifters gonna pop up. They probably gonna wake up like, what the fuck happened? It is what it is. You got the replay. This will work on replay. Ready to Rumble was definitely my game. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is my favorite Dreamcast game of all time. Joy, Conscious, Black Pearl. Merry Christmas to all and to all good night indeed, Bob. God is great, man. Don't forget that. Don't forget. I am going to enjoy my dinner, Berg. It's Berea Pizza night. The food truck is back. The food truck literally that we fuck with goes between here and Minnesota. Craziness. But they was here tonight. So we got Berea Pizza. God is great. Make sure y'all checking that docket, bro. Miss George. Morgan. Hopefully we on the way back, Morgan. I'll know more tomorrow. Eagles do play the Washington football team. Hiram in the cut one time. We almost there, y'all. I wish I could talk. I just can't. You understand though, right? All you gotta know is one thing.
Belt to ass. I guess we gon' survive the onslaught of this lawsuit. He got 22 days from the 5th. But boy, I know that he coming back to YouTube because he needs some help because his grip is gone. I might not have the lyrics, but I'm telling y'all that we're looking real strong. And I guess do say we ain't going nowhere. So this is what I'll say. You tried, they helped you, you failed. Good luck. Bye-bye. Dismiss. Get your ass out of here.
Y'all bitches always worried about what they doing, who they fucking,
I'm petty.
what they got going on. Worry about.
I sat there and watched your ass eat a whole meal for $5. You had a fucking box of pizza.
Hold on, before I forget, bro. Jack Funny, the video he just did, I'm gonna have to show y'all the clip sometime. The video he just did, man, that shit had me in tears. The motherfucker's like half an hour long. Man, shout out to Jack Funny. Funny ass nigga.
A slab of ribs with a side of large fries, but ain't offered me shit though. After I just got you from the hospital last night. Oh, that shit ain't scare you, huh? But you just want to keep stuffing shit down your mouth.
I just want to go back.
You want somebody to feel sorry, but you keep eating. Honey buns and shit under your bed. Yeah, I saw you last night trying to sneak them under there. I don't know how you got down, but I saw you.
Where?
Where? What the fuck you mean where? Oh, your big ass wanna play slow. All right. Tell me what the fuck this is, then, right here. Honey buns and shit. Oatmeal cream pie. What else you got under this motherfucker? Twinkies and shit.
Stop yelling at me.
Stop yelling at you. Your kids in there, we in this bitch hungry. Ain't eating shit. And you say, all right. No extra shit up, man. I ain't feeding your big ass no more, dog. Hey, baby. Me and the kids about to go to Burger King. You want something?
Y'all see it. Yep. That's what it is. Best hands in the world. Y'all be playing with me. Come taste it yourself. See all that butter? Deliciousness. Y'all want to know the secret so bad about it? Look. A little bit more. A little bit more.
And this is why big backing is an epidemic. This is why big backing is an epidemic. I had to take a shot of insulin. Get some insulin from somebody else to finish watching this video. Y'all swear y'all be cooking. You got a whole 40-pound bag of sugar on 3 pans of yams. Talking about you see it. We see it. We see diabetes. We see gout, cavities in all teeth, hypertension, headaches, limb amputations, the big arm disease. I don't know what they call it, but just big arms. And if you can spread sugar like that, it's too much. Talking about it in a little bit more. That's enough. Jesus said
That jogging video is hilarious, big.
you cooking up disease at this point. I wouldn't eat them yams with somebody else's mouth. We gotta do better. We gotta stop this mess.
God is great.
God is great.
Good to see y'all, man.
Yo, what's going on, boys? How are you?
Yo, dap me up.
Hey, all right, damn. What part of the city are you from?
Yo,
What's up?
there, brother.
Hey,
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
You guys ready for this?
Take this.
Oh, all right, sick. Why don't you guys come inside?
Yeah, that's him on the TV.
These are the guys.
I'm Octavius Gray. And I'm Steve. Steve LeVois. It's okay, I have bacon here, right?
He is going to the car. He getting in the gray one today. A Pontiac. See y'all later, man.
Set the mood right. Pick you up, baby, I'm looking so fly. Sunset rooftop, yeah, that's nice, right? Hop in the G-Class, I know you need that. Heart racing fast like the speed of
Be
light.
kind, please rewind.
There isn't the moonlight.
You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see what I could be for you. What I could be for you. What I could be for you. What I could be for you.
Say it with me now. Been a while.
What I could be for you. You got me wrapped up in your love.
Barely.
Finding you is like a treasure. Making my heart feel this way, yeah, yeah. And I'll treat you so damn special. What you did, who you were with, I don't care about those days. When I'm with you, I won't complain. Share your success and heartbreaks. Yeah, you know I stay by your side. Never leave you dissatisfied. But I need you to let me know. Is this attraction? Or is it the moonlight? You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see what I could be for you. 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 Baby girl, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night. Oh, yeah, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night. Yeah, girl, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night. Oh, yeah, it's just one night. Yeah, baby girl, it's just one night.
Got it right.
That's great.
Crushed it.
God is great. I love y'all, man. Well, go ahead.
Love you, man.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
If we lucky.
I'm a fucking bitch.
Guys, I gotta go.
You got it,
I don't
Jess.
want to hurt myself.
You gotta pee?
It's all right. No,
You got it, Jess.
go. You gotta go, girl.
Let go.
I don't even want to fall.
Turn to the side.
You're okay. Just
Good.
land right on that booty, girl. Just put your legs out
Turn
and
to the
fall on
side.
your booty.
Jess, you're amazing. You
Say
got
it.
it.
You got it. You got it. Turn to the side. Just let go and turn. Like you're laying in bed.
Yep. Like you're jumping onto your bed on your side.
Just let go and turn to the side. Shut your eyes.
You got it, my love.
Just turn to the side.
You're okay. Have fun.
I've never even heard of him.
I'm petty.